Well, I'm the king of the swingers, out the jungle VIP. I've reached the top and I've had to stop, and that's what's bothering me. I wanna be a man cub and to stroll around into town and be just like the other men. I'm tired of monkeying around. Well, one, two, three, four. Ooby-doo. I wanna be like you. I wanna walk like you, talk like you too. You see it's true, and if like me, can learn to be human too. So don't try to tease me, man cub. I made a deal with you. If I require is man's red fire to make me be like you. So give me the secret, man cub. Ow, clue me what you do. Give me the power of man's red flower to make my dreams come true. Well, ooby-doo, I wanna be like you. I wanna walk like you, talk like you too. You see it's true, and if like me, I wanna learn to be human too. First chorus for the improv. And orangutan begins. And when I eat those bananas, I won't do it with my feet, because I'll be a man cub now and I'll have learned some etiquette. Well,
howdy, folks.
Doing a little pause here and just waiting for everybody starts singing at this point, and then nobody's and they have a little chat and we go fine.
Wait for it.
Yeah, and then it gets really fast. You ready? Okay, you ready? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. I wanna be like you. I wanna walk like you, talk like you too. You see it's true, and if like me, they learn to be human too. I wanna be like you. I wanna talk like you too. You see it's true.
Never really noticed how out of time this section is. Defense for having only played it once before, but yeah, that is not very in time at all. Where's the later one? Much closer. Hey everybody. Real ID appointment. What? As opposed to a fake ID. I don't think you need appointments for fake ID, you just get one. Enhanced ID. Okay, what is an enhanced ID? What is this crap? Everyone else just calls it a driving license. At least I assume that's what it is, given you went to the DMV for it. But no. It's America, so it's got to have a capital letter and a TM at the end of it. Why are the DMV responsible for that? That seems odd. The Department for Motor Vehicles is responsible for state-issued IDs. Okay. I'll come back to the original question. Why? Why is the DMV responsible? Yeah, no, I understand all this. The bit that's throwing me off is just why the Department of Motor Vehicles is responsible for anything that's something that's clearly nothing to do with motor vehicles. That's basically where I was coming from. Oh, I understand why the Department of Motor Vehicles might be responsible for driving licenses. That certainly makes sense. I just, again, don't understand why they're responsible for something that's explicitly not a driving license. You're right, kids. Bizarre. Sorry, I was just looking up what this is. It's just strange. Oh, I see what it is. It's like a passport, but worse. Gotcha. It's like a passport, but with, less. Yeah, no, I'm saying it. So, yeah, a real ID kind of almost supplements or replaces your actual driving license in that it is a driving license plus kind of thing. It's like a driving license, except slightly more so for some reason. But also doesn't have anything to do with whether or not you can drive a car. It might have something to do with driving a car, but it doesn't have to, which is, again, just slightly bizarre. Well, I mean, flying makes sense. Renting cars doesn't, because surely renting cars, you have a driving license. If you're going to rent a car, you've already got ID. Because you need a driving license to rent a car. But I can certainly understand why they, after 9/11, they were looking for a supplementary... this isn't explicitly an American thing. They're looking for a supplementary, more robust identification system that doesn't require people to get passports because most Americans don't have passports and have no interest in getting a passport. So it is kind of an American thing because everywhere else you just get a passport or use your driver's license because your driver's license is actually proper ID. Right, okay, until once we left the European Union it changed, but I used to be able to travel around Europe on my driving license. Can't anymore. But why on earth would you want it built into a passport when it's literally just a weaker version of a passport? I'm confused. Like, why on earth would you need this in your passport when your passport itself is about the best form of identification you could hold? Like, to the extent that to get a real ID, you either need your birth certificate or a passport to get it. Weird. Fair enough. So basically, it's going to enable you to fly domestically more easily. Is that correct? Because I can't see what else it's going to do otherwise. It even says, like, if Real ID is a federally compliant DMV-issued driver license like learner permit or non-driver ID that is required to board domestic flights within the US or enter certain federal buildings unless you have a valid passport. It's just having Real ID in your passport seems very odd. Couldn't get a passport because they rejected your birth certificate, but they accepted the same birth certificate for Real ID, which is technically a passport, just only domestically. Right. That makes sense. Oh, I know, Wolf. I mentioned that earlier. That like this sort of makes sense if you look at it from a sort of somewhat explicitly American perspective, where a passport is not something that is expected that people have. Whereas I would say a lot of the rest of the world, a passport is something that's like people have a passport. There you go. That's it. Hey, look, mine's literally right here on my desk. I am now holding my passport. Oh, I'm sad. I hadn't thought about this before, but I'm holding a passport that has His Majesty in the front of it instead of hers because it's old and it's new enough. Oh. Not quite the same. Oh, by the way, we're at the point where it wants me to fucking buy this program now. I probably should. Oh, blue. That must be gutting. Just a random chance because this Auras is beautiful. If I wanted to go sit by some gorgeous water, that would be the place to go. Or one of. Okay, so I have a gig with the band on Saturday, potentially in the middle of a thunderstorm, during which I am going to be responsible for doing all of the live sound. And I am honest with you, I am going to have a little practice before we start, because in reality, the things I need to learn how to use, I can't mess with gain and setting correct gain here, but I can mess with how to set up gates and compressors correctly. Do we not have the XR18 Air stuff on here? Because, yeah, digital mixer is a thing. What's this? Go away. Well, and if you guys know me, you'll also know that, like, if I'm doing this, I am not going to be happy if it's done anything other than well. But because I don't know what I'm doing, well, is it amazing software? I don't know. I'm at the point where it wants me to buy it, and I'm like, okay, but do I buy Reaper, or do I buy Pro Tools, or do I buy Ableton Live, or like, what do I buy? What do I actually get now that I'm going to want something? I mean, Reaper has the advantage that it is, I can get the cheapy license for it. Yeah, go away, go away. So I believe I qualify as an individual or business using Reaper commercially, and yearly gross revenue does not exceed $20,000, because I think the band will probably make about $2,000 a year, at least at the moment. I think that means I can get away with the $60 license. At least to begin with. But is Reaper the right piece of software? I don't know. I've only tried Reaper. I don't even really know what the other options would be. Quick, let's do the best search. Google will love me for this one. Best Doors 2025. Can't help but notice that Reaper is not mentioned. I wonder if that's because Reaper is very cheap in comparison to the other ones. FL Studio's in there, but yeah, so I'm concerned that FL Studio and Ableton are both more music creation engines than they are good for live and recording side of things. I might be wrong. I don't know. I mean, do I want to even look how much Pro Tools license costs? I probably don't. I absolutely don't, because it's a fucking subscription service. Get out of here. Not ever. Alright, well, that's Pro Tools out. Maybe the answer is you just buy a Mac. Use Logic. Because I do believe that Logic is pretty well recommended. Let's have a look. Top the best audio workstations, as written by Jamie Lendino. And you are? You've written 6 books about retro gaming and computing. I still mix and master music for various independent artists, many of whom are friends. Bullshit. Just trash. Yes. To be honest, he's probably got more cred than most of the people that are writing these articles do. PC Mag. That's the same dude. Interesting. The pros say this is the best door for music production. Do they now? Do they now? Right. So, let's start off with the open source comes with its own problems, Takashi Mara. With this sort of thing, there is some serious value behind staying with a piece of software that's broadly used and understood, because then you can go and find out guides, tutorials, plugins, effects, and things that work with it. Whereas if you pick some relatively unknown one, I'm sure whatever Pomplamoose uses is decent. Let's have a quick look, shall we? Alright, let's go on to their videos and just have a little look at the background of where they're recording and playing things. Oh, for fuck's sake. The death of U-Block. So tired of it. Give me a proper view of the room. So, these remote in-ear monitor desks, those things, just the box, doesn't do anything on its own, needs to be plugged into other things, are about £800 a piece. They're the sort of people that mic up the keyboard despite the fact that it also has a direct output. Yes, yes, Natalie, go away. Not the best video, but basically the point I'm trying to make is judging yourself against Pomplamoose is going to be very, very difficult. Because let's just have a little Google image search of that thing. Yeah, I can't. I can't drag it without saving it. Fucking snipping tool is. Except it has already saved it. It's saved it in its special folder that it doesn't want you to know exists. Then every single snip goes into. That is a Neumann TLM 103. It was the microphone I was looking at the other day. £749 used. £1,220 just for the vocal mic. One of them. Whatever these guys are using, they are going to be expensive. Oh, we're not using monitor speakers. We're using IAM Spaceful. They're not quite top end. You can go higher than this. I was very, very tempted. The place that I picked up the bass drum, the kick mic from, also has one of these for sale. And these are really top end. Oh, really? Only $9.99 with the amp. Yeah, Jack Conti is the guy behind Patreon. He can afford to do what the hell he wants. The guy on the keys here. Oh, that's secondhand. Right, okay. Hey, would you know what that means? That means the one they've actually got for sale isn't bad value because they're selling it for $900. Taking a bit of a beating at one point. Yes, yeah, but Pomplamoose, I mean, I think it's cool they're doing what they're doing. But it's also hilarious if you're paying attention how often you will see this man, not him, not her, that man shows up in the back of so many of the We're a YouTube Band videos. He's in lots of them. Wonder why. What was the Pomplamoose song that had the crazy Lightbox video? That was all in camera with Natalie moving around pieces of card. Anyone happen to remember? Would have been way back. Yeah, just that's my problem is I know I can see the video in my head, but can I remember it? They have published a lot of music. It was all done using a projector onto pieces of white card. A bit like this, but not that. I think it was a Radiohead track, maybe? Okay, anyway. I know there's a version of Ableton that's called Ableton Live. As far as I'm aware, that is the only version of Ableton. No, it's not this. It uses the same techniques as this, but it's not this video. It's just done in the same way as this video. But instead of projecting onto people, they project entirely onto little models. I'm going to do the thing I shouldn't do. It's this. I have a suspicion my sound is not working. Try that again. Here we go.
Alright. And kill the lights.
It might seem crazy what I'm about to say. Sunshine, she's here, you could take a break. I'm a hot air balloon that could go to space. With the air like I don't care, baby, by the way. 'Cause I'm become too far to give up who we are. 'Cause our lights raise the bar and our cups to the sun. Lose yourself to dance along if you feel like a room without a roof. Lose yourself to dance along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Lose yourself to dance along if you know what happiness is to you. Lose yourself to dance along
Quite clever.
if you feel like we're up all night to get happy. Here come bad news, talking this and that. Give me all you got and don't hold back. 'Cause I'm become too far to give up who we are. 'Cause our lights raise the bar and our cups to the sun. Lose yourself to dance along if you feel like a room without a roof. Lose yourself to dance along if you feel like
Yeah.
happiness is the truth.
Whatever it was, this mini set was the cool one.
If you know what happiness is to you.
Funky.
If you feel like
Also, as far as I'm aware, the only track where Natalie plays bass. Which does annoy me a little bit, because she's not bad at it, and just means that there's another fucking thing that this stupid talented lady is good at. Although there are a few things going on with this video that I have questions about. Number one, the shadow. How is the cameraman avoiding being in the projector beam? Number two, why is the black illuminated? Those are pieces of white card. How did they become black? You can't project black light, that's not a thing. So how is this black and that white? Oh yeah, no, he is below the projector. He does fuck up a few times. So when you look earlier on, you can see that this projector is actually quite high up and angled down so that he can avoid it. The bit I still can't work out is what's going on here to mean that you can show white and black in the same scene, but both of the in-piece objects are actually white. How are these black when this is white still? Anyway, that's an aside. Yes, if anyone's got any thoughts for me, regarding audio software, then and which digital audio workstation I should be using, then I would love to know. Right. No, not gaps. I'm talking about this is white. That's not a gap, and this is black. So, problem number one. I know they do, but then, okay, let's go a bit further on. I guess they must be shining pure white light at this. I'm doing it backwards. The ongoing problem that I need to fix. We solo this channel, and what do you hear? Is that a tom? No. Is that a tom? Is that a kick? No, he's not using the kick. What about Andy's mic? Well, that's not supposed to be a guitar mic. And yet, what am I hearing? Fucking guitar and bass. So, what I wanted to experiment with quickly before jumping into RimWorld was, first things first, setting up things like a gate. Andy will be singing, so we'll have a little bit of attack. Release can go up a bunch. That doesn't sound like Andy's voice. Oh, wait a sec, this is supposed to be the... Give it like 100 millisecond hold. You see, I learned today what some of these settings do. Hey, I've almost got it to a sound that's just the snare. And it's good to know that the channel that says Tom's is actually the snare. I could give FL Studio a go. Is it going to be better than this? How long do you reckon a snare hit is? 100 milliseconds? I'm going to be honest with you guys. I consider in this particular workspace free to be a negative. With this sort of thing, if I'm going to invest the time necessary to learn to use it properly, it's not even about the actual cost. It's the time taken to learn to use it properly. I want it to be something that's not about to disappear, not about to go anywhere, not about to suddenly be bought out by someone. You know, it's going to stay as it is for as long as possible. Free as in open source, as in it's maintained for as long as people have interest in it. And then as soon as they don't, or as soon as one of the lead developers decides, nah, fuck it, not getting paid, so I'm just going to go do something else. Then what happens? Sounds pretty chopped up and horrible, doesn't it? Alright, so let's see what that was the... Is this actual snare? You know, I think what I'm learning here is that my drum mic sounds shit. Yeah, they do. So is it just these two providing any sort of detail? Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, balls. Whoops, sorry. I shouldn't have done this, should I? Because basically what I've just discovered, without realizing it, is that our drummer isn't in time with himself. Accidentally shifted one of these tracks or something, have I? Nope, they're still lined up. So, yeah. I had exactly the same thoughts. Like, I haven't done this. Wait. What we got going on here? Aha! That's better. About to do our drummer a massive disservice. It's still a little sloppy, but it's not what it was. Oops. Suppose I should probably go and check that I didn't accidentally manage to do that with any other pieces of this. Are you all in the correct place? Yeah, it was just that one track I managed to shift along somehow. Well, yeah, to be honest, you're not wrong. That was moving into the realms of the guy who drums for Sting, where he's capable of playing two different rhythms with each of his hands. It was like, this hand is playing in 5/6 time, and this hand is playing in 4/4, and I'm okay with doing that somehow, because my brain is, I don't even know what, leaking out of his skull, I suspect. Okay, so what I think I'm learning is, firstly, that my ability to record these drums is not very good. Maybe, let's just double check it's not just that track. So, toms, kick, snare, just those. They just sound kind of shit. That's got to be a tom, and that's got to be the snare. It's pretty bad when you can't tell which drum is which because the audio is that poor quality. Well, maybe one day down the line, but part of what I'm learning is that I think stage one to being Mixmaster Space might mean that Mr. Space needs to actually record it better to begin with. Like, for example, Yeah, but they've all got some of in it. I see where you're coming from. So couldn't I use one of the tracks as a noise reduction source for one of the others? And I think part of my problem is retro. There's so much bleed over. So if I really go, hang on, let me really zoom in deep on this, and then expand these out a bit. You see how much overlap those two drums have, even though one's the kick and one's a tom drum, so they're a few feet apart. It's not entirely, but I think there's enough there that if I remove this much out of that signal, this signal ends up with not much left, and vice versa. So, you know, so that's that through that mic, but then I switch over to the kick mic, same sound. That's a lot of snare to still be in the sound. But what I might be able to do, and this is where, right, let's move on to, what is this? What have I done? Let's move on to another option. Maybe we can get clever with a compressor. Maybe we can go even more clever than that. Maybe we don't get clever with a compressor. Maybe we get clever with a multi-band compressor. Or maybe we get clever with a side-chained compressor. Can I side-chain in this? I've been learning, and I know fancy words, but don't exactly know how to do them. So, can I set your input to be in relation to a different track? Essentially, only apply compression when you see noise in the other track. Or maybe can I side chain a gate? How do I? Oh God. The detector input, main input channel, auxiliary channel. Why can't I select a specific channel for that? Why can't I say pay attention to a different channel for your compression? I should be able to. It's got a preset. How different is its preset? Very. Yeah, it looks like their preset's a lot better than my manual one. Might add a tiny bit more release to it, but yeah, that sounds that is a kick now, indeed. It did not do quite so well with this one. Yeah, it sounds arse. It really does sound bad. And I think much of this is going to come from gain levels in the original track. Positioning of microphones, etc. Those, like, in reality, look how quiet that kick actually is. And it's a fucking kick. It's like, that should be rumbling. Meanwhile, signal from some of the other, if I unsolo these, look at the signal levels from some of the other channels. Yeah. I think you can very, very easily see what issues we have here. Understanding that what I'm working with is pre-fader. So this is the raw input that's going into the mixer, and the drums and two of the vocals are just so low, I'm not even sure they're recoverable. How do you fix that? I mean, vocalists, I guess. How loud are you, Johnny, when you're actually singing?
Believe, believe.
Okay, so actually the vocal mics are all fine. There's decent enough signal there. And then, wait a second. Wait a fucking second. Why is the snare now looking like that? God damn it. The different type of microphones. Look, when you're setting things up for recording, the different types of microphones, dynamic versus condenser, these are all dynamic microphones. microphones, with the exception of the overheads. You can actually kind of hear the ones that are the only condensers. It's these ones. Look how hot the signal from them is, firstly. And secondly, listen to how much room noise there is from them. You can hear you're in a room through a condenser mic.
We got ourselves enough boys to get back in the fight.
Live stuff, we want the dynamic side of things, but we also, like, evidently, I am making some errors with how I've got this whole thing set up, because what's changed by this point? Okay, the gate's just carrying. It just sounds like ass. Thank you very much, Chrisman. Org, etc. I'm going to give Chrisman a wog. So how do you make that sound less like shit? One times direct attached SM58 pointing at the snare. One times... sorry, after SM57 pointing at the snare. And SM57 I'm starting to come to the conclusion maybe a fake. And then one times fake SM57 in the crotch mic, aka worst mic position. Then two overheads and the kick. The kick is evidently, I'm not putting it far enough inside the drum itself, I think. And also, I've also recently got a new mic for the kick, so hopefully that helps a bit. Because the kick sounds fucking garbage. A lot of this sounds garbage, but... what's that? That's not a fucking kick drum. Yeah. That ain't no kick drum. And I know it's not necessarily... Right, if I...
Like me, learn to be human too. And again, said, well, do. I want to be like you. I want to walk like you, talk like you too.
Evidently, I mean, I've got to be honest with you, that mic didn't sound amazing either. Well, there was a lot of beta, but there was no depth to it either. There was no proper thump. Although part of that might be that the mic I'm using for the kick drum is not particularly good. Slightly better now. Wasn't having a chance to... Okay, so... I see where you're coming from. Obviously, the sound waves going directly into the mic. So if you're hearing any of the reverberation, it's not coming with the transient. It's coming way later. which I think you can sort of see, actually. Although that might be him on the tom. I feel quite bad, but I am sitting here judging our drummer. That is not quite as metronomic as you might like. Yeah, okay. I mean, I've seen people use two kick mics. One inside and one outside. So one to pick up the beater explicitly, I'm guessing, and then one that sits outside to pick up the sort of more resonancy later hit. Yeah, well, I mean, I haven't really. I mean, this is me learning Spaceful, and yeah, I know the D6 and the Beta 91 are the current hotness. I have a D112, which once upon a time was the hotness, but isn't anymore. I should be taking notes, shouldn't I? Where's my pad? I have a Gen 1 D112 that I picked up secondhand the other day. No, that's good to hear. It worked surprisingly well as a wasted space vocal mic, ironically. I mean, it's not an SM7B, but it did have some chunky low end. So yeah, the main bit I'm wondering about with the drums is actually what I should do to get a nicer tom, and I think I can solve the kick. But the snare, I don't know if this. I mean, some of it could be that his drums aren't tuned particularly well. I don't know. That's not the snare. Snare was, I had the channels backwards. This is the snare. Which sounds fine, except for how do I stop it from picking up the rest of the damn kit? Because there's a lot of cymbal in there. Or there's a lot of crash, and there's a lot of... It might be the worst, and then in which case this must be the snare. Which it could be. If that's the snare, I think I've got it too close to the skin again. and that is the SM57 as well, supposedly. Which I was expecting an SM57 to sound a little brighter than that, I've got to be honest. Okay, so from my mind, that is picking up a huge amount of snare resonance, but not much of the snariness of the snare, if that makes sense. I can hear the resonating chamber, but I can't really hear the skin so much. Is that too close? Like, what am I doing wrong with these? How am I going to get these drums sounding better? Because the drums are my main concern. I actually think the rest of it sounds all right, except for Andy's too bloody loud on his acoustic. And so his guitar ends up bleeding into everything. All right, I feel bad for Andy now. I didn't realise that this is all he does. He is singing. So yeah, I mean, I think Andy's guitar is DI, so that's fine. What about Johnny guitar? This is mic'd. And sounds awful. I assume there's only one side of your kit. Oh. Oh, okay. Okay, so the way I have my snare mic set up is pointing much more down into the skin, towards and closer to the edge of the drum. So I maybe need to move it in a bit. Might end up having to ask the drummer to rearrange a little bit how he has his kit set up, because he has his snare is kind of hidden in the middle of his cymbal and hi-hat. I don't know what he has on this side. I don't know if it's a crash or what, but there is a cymbal on that side that is like kind of the snare sits in between the two, and that's part of the reason I think why it's picking up so much cymbal noise. I don't know. I am not so. At the moment, I'm also not so convinced about the worst mic. Problem is, the worst mic just ends up sounding like it's a snare mic. There's no oomph to any of this. Well, there's only so much choice I have over that. Somewhere around I've got an image of how the guy sets out his drum kit, and there is some limiting factors from. There we go. There's how he does his setup. If you can tell me a way I can use a worst mic without that worst mic picking up the snare because it's way close to the snare, be my guest, because I can't. You can see where it is. There's the snare. This is also a relatively new drum kit for him, so I should probably explain that I don't think he needs nor uses all of these cymbals. I think he's just got them at the moment because they're new. Wouldn't coming up from here point it towards the snare, though? I was sort of almost thinking coming in on this side might be the better to point towards the floor tom. I mean, how do people mic floor toms? I don't know. I guess a floor tom is double mic'd from underneath as well. Hey, just dawned on me. Technically, the drum kit did just increase by one microphone. I still have the C112, the fake D112. That could go onto the floor tom. Yeah, little. I mean, that when the one pub gig we had when the audio was done for us by brother of one of the band members. He had a full set of clip-ons. And they looked pretty neat. What would be the sort of sensible mid-range or budget option? I'm guessing Sennheiser. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I figured. I've been hearing that I'm probably going to end up with primarily Sennheiser stuff on the drums. And maybe even on some of the vocals as well. Yeah, and this is really childish and silly, but I actually quite like the fact that Sennheiser does all of their kit in that, like, graphite grey instead of black. Entirely meaningless, but I do actually quite like it. All right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up recent projects. Where's the last band recording? See what the difference is. See if any of the setup on this time round was any better. Yes, I was looking earlier, Kato, although that's a bid, isn't it? Ends in 2 days. If it's the one I'm thinking it is. If it's buy now, then interesting. One moment, please. See what depends what set it is, because we've got to watch out at the moment. There's a whole bunch of import rubbish coming in. I mean, I can get a 5-pack for 165. Oh no, that's a 3-pack, not a 5-pack. Yeah, 3 for 165 of the E604. So, yeah. But some of these look like they might be a lie. These are imported bullshit, isn't it? They just happen to be opened, never used, so there's no returns policy on them, and you've got 6 of them. Where did you get 6 Sennheiser microphone drum sets that have been opened but never used from? Oh, I know where. Alibaba. Because we were doing this the other night. You know, like, for example, buying some nice TLM 103 from Newman for £17. Or, let's have a quick look. E604. Oh, wow, look at that. Those are interesting looking microphones for £14 each. Oh, look. It's a set that maybe you would advertise as opened, never used, and then sell for £100 more than that on UK eBay. A set to the extent that you can even see in their images where they have photoshopped off badly the Sennheiser logos. Little tip for you guys: the texture you're looking for this bit, and you're using the clone stamp in Photoshop. You're using the stamp too small. So set a larger area. So I can see you're using a radius of like this. Not the plan. Use a much bigger radius and then source it from up here. You can always apply, if you stick it in another layer, you can always apply a adjustment to brightness and contrast or curves or whatever to get it to match properly. Especially on this one, you really fucked yourself up. I don't know where you copied this texture from, but at least try. And I mean, the classic error of getting too close to the text in modern Photoshop. The new clone tool tries to blend with what's already there. It thinks it's cleverer than you. You need to turn that function off. Old clone tool, not very good. Didn't do any blending. New one does blending. Sometimes works, bad when near a high contrast object. So yeah, I'll have a quick look, Kato, but I would not be surprised to find that this is another one of the Ali. Yeah, that's an AliExpress jobby. 100%. 4 available, 2 sold. Although, I do note these ones don't have the logos photoshopped off. Guess that's harder to do in real life. And yeah, now look at the front of those boxes a little. Do you notice anything off? They're not a bad attempt, but I'm pretty sure Sennheiser's logo is straight and doesn't sort of vary the height of the top of the characters. I'm also pretty sure that when they wrote that on the box, it looked better than that. Let's have a quick look at somewhere reputable. You gonna show me the box? No. Wow, there's a lot of different boxes for these, it turns out. You can also get them in a box that looks like this. For £24. So yes, unfortunately, at the moment it is Sennheiser and Shure that are particularly badly hit by this, but eBay is just filled with total fakes that have come from AliExpress and Alibaba. So, you know, if I just do SM7B, wow, look how cheap I can buy an SM7B. I bet they're real. To the extent that there's actually related searches SM7B genuine now. What about SM58? Yep. For sure it's real. Yeah, for sure indeed. So SM58S for $26.96, and he's sold 65 of them. That is the best image of the lot. Because one of the things that convinced me that you're legitimate the most is if you tell me the dimensions of the package upside down for some non-apparent reason. What do I give a shit how big the box is? Oh, and I'm glad you've gone and watermarked these images, because it would be awful if someone was to steal your images stolen directly from Shaw's website. Yeah, I mean, I've mentioned I'm actually tempted to buy some of these and do a video that compares them with their original, genuine counterparts. And at the end of it, I don't know what I legitimately do not know what the conclusion will be. But I have a real SM58. I have a real SM7B. I could pick up a few others to go with them and see whether or not there's actually some value here. Because there's a little chance that there might be. A bit of me doesn't believe. So, you know, using the microphone I'm using right now as an example, it's a very good microphone. But it's also, from a construction perspective, super simple. I've seen inside an SM58, there's nothing to it. You know, there's not a huge amount going on in there. I sort of believe that you could produce this if you were less bothered about quality control and paid your staff nothing, etc., etc. If you didn't make it wherever Shaw make these, and you made it somewhere with some nice low. Exactly, they've been around for absolutely yonks. They're good, but do you really think we couldn't remake and actually spit out an accurate recreation of this mic? You know, 50, 60 years later. For way less money. And in fact,
if an app was built...
Shut up. The only reason that they are still making money is because they're reliant on the fact that everyone thinks it's some voodoo in there. What is actually inside here? Not a huge amount. Not material and cost-wise. I don't want to hear you talk about it. I want you to take it apart, please. You know what I mean? There's really not a huge amount going on in there. We've spent more time with your face on screen than looking at what you said the video was about. I have also been guilty of that. Well, the only thing there is the microphones that are being knocked off, these mics that I'm looking at, some of the ones that they're knocking off aren't made in China. So there is no factory to be working after hours because they're just not made there. So the Newman we were looking at earlier, for example, this TLM 103, these are not made in China. But somehow you can buy knockoffs of them. I mean, these ones I have a suspicion won't be quite so real. Because at this point, you're not talking about a factor of an order of magnitude difference. You're talking about almost 2 orders of magnitude. It does, but do they have to be using lesser quality components? Again, you said it yourself. This microphone is designed from the 1970s. It's not a valve-based microphone. It's not doing anything particularly 1970s-esque. It's still a fairly straightforward piece of kit. Could we not potentially match that quality for a lot cheaper now? I bet you sure are. You know what? Let's find one. The microphone I can most directly compare to is this. So let's find one. Let's try it out. Who knows? Maybe I'll get a second SM7B that's just as good for fuck all money. There's a fantastic range of not only prices, but also there's 2 different box styles in use, which I find kind of interesting. I'm going to go and in a second, I'm going to go and have a look and see which box I have. I think this is the real one, and that's either a new redesign or fake. I mean, yes, Cato, but honestly, welcome to capitalism. And the way you can be mad in capitalism is when a company is massively overcharging for a product, you buy it from somewhere else. That's how we be mad. We don't have any other routes. Be mad is, well, fuck you, sure. If other people can produce this for 60 quid and it's the same quality, then someone should be saying that. So that people stop buying from the company that is massively overcharging for their products, simply based on the fact that they had a reputation in the 70s. I'm not saying destroy capitalism. I'm saying, you know, if you want to play with the capitalistic system, the way this system works is your spending power is your voice. Yeah, you are voting with your wallet. And if you're voting with your wallet by going, well, maybe the Chinese can actually make these things at equivalent quality, and if they can, maybe people should be talking about that, then go for it. I mean, this is the Sunny we saw that was up on here. We were looking at it earlier. This is direct from AliExpress. They're not even hiding it. They're using the imagery from AliExpress. There it is. Let's have a quick peek. Uh-huh. Interesting. Yep, the markings are all correct. Can anyone suggest any other well-known vocal microphones? Not the SM58 or the SM7B, but what else? What else have we got in the RE20? Oh, well, it looks like oh wait, I saw some. It's like Electro Voice might be safe. We got cheap AT2020s on here, but I don't see any REs. Really? Really? Not convinced by that one. No, AT2020 is what it is. Pretty garbage, honestly. AT2020 is a home gamer microphone. Original brand U87. Although they apparently go down as cheap as 17. I like how you've got ones for 83 and ones for 17. Oh, they'll definitely have Sennheiser. There you go. Get yourself a E835 gaming microphone. For gaming. What's that? There's a classic radio mic, gold cage ribbon mic. No clue. So does that mean that we have TLM 103s that have arrived in the UK at China prices? Yeah, we have. I find that you're going to struggle to make people believe you if your decision is to gun for that price bracket. Like when you're 26 to 40 pounds and you're surrounded by 650 to 900 pound microphones, no one buys it. This guy's done a much better job. Like that one's one where you're like, not sure. The answer is it's probably still bullshit. If nothing else, if I just bought a microphone worth over £1,000 and it arrived in a box like that, I'd have some concerns. Mm-hmm. Affiliate links, eh? Oh, annoyingly, I think that is the packaging it comes in. Because all I've got to do is look at the microphones down this side and their prices and go, yeah, that's this probably actually is an official. Like, I think this might actually be a proper website. Yep. Yeah, I think it actually is a proper website. Okay then. Yeah, it is. Telefunken. That's what we want for our drum pack, is some Telefunken. I can't even remember that one, man. I know it was a PreSonus, but if I remember rightly, it was only available over where fucking you were. Okay, it looks like it is UK available now, but yeah, PreSonus do alright stuff. I can't remember. Someone directly recommended this mic to me. Like this was one where I knew someone had used it. Okay, so ignoring any new purchase, although as I said, I was going to. We were going to find an SM57. £65 buys you an SM57, yeah? Delivery took around 3 weeks due to stock issues. Yes, it's because it's a drop shipper.
Another boy joins the crew.
Thank you, Shride. Appreciate that. I'm going to spend your money on appropriate things. Watch me go. I'm going to buy one of these totally 100% legitimate SM7Bs. You've never seen a more legitimate microphone. And maybe we should also buy one of these for sure SM58s, because that looks like a legit mic as well. Can't help but notice that, but what about the width? What about the width? In fact, maybe not this one, because what is that cable? And what? Could you perhaps recommend me some other SM58s that look equally legitimate? Oh, we could, they're all for sure. This guy's forgotten that the one with the switch on is actually a different model number. It's the SM58S. This one remembered it was an S and even shows a box. That. Absolutely genuine. They got a little strap. They got the sticker that doesn't come with it. You got a limited warranty. Absolutely legitimate. Look, you can tell it's real because it says QC pass on the warranty. The warranty has passed quality control. Oh, interesting. This is an SM58LC now, is it? That's funny because it looks like an S. You can't ask for much more. I think this is still someone selling the fakes, but trying to price them like they're real. Well, this is old Mr. Marshall Weapon. Doesn't want us to steal his pictures. Ooh, what about 50? Do they do knockoff 57s as well? They do. I think it would be wrong to go for anything other than one of the really cheap ones, right? All of these ones in the middle. Oh, that is calling to me. That is just calling my name. He's remembered to measure it across the top as well. Easy connect with multiple devices. Devices with microphone interface can be used. Multiple devices like mixer, desktop speaker, no. Pull rod speaker. What is a pull rod speaker? Hello? Home theater, no. Portable speaker, no. KTV set, no. 6 major core advantages. 3 core into dynamic sounds, anti-interference, no disturbance, high constant frequency. What? Constant frequency. Excuse me? What does that even mean? I would like a mic that can change frequency, ideally, because then you could pick up more than a single note. Oh, it comes with one of the janky XLR cables and everything. But does not come with a box. I still would much prefer one that actually tried to pretend like it's real. You know, where they've bothered to do the box and everything. And so I think it's Marshall Weapon here. I think it's Marshall Weapon with his 2696. Including the box and the quality controlled manual. Yep, that's the puppy. And then I'm going to have to do it because if you're... right, think about this from a video perspective. Making a video, the video is about the fact that these Chinese knockoffs exist. It's a bit disgusting that they do exist. How there's a big trap on eBay when you're buying microphones that you end up with one of these. But are they actually worth buying? Is there something there? And I can't help but feel, as a video structure, it wouldn't hurt to end here. Like, wouldn't hurt to see if we can find one of these pretending to be a £1,200 microphone for £26 mics. Now, one of the ones that's really trying. So yeah, we got the Newman logo. We've done some real hardcore photoshopping. It doesn't say Newman, it says Tets, I think, or Kets. It says this. I think that's the closest we're getting, unless I literally get something off of AliExpress directly. Because AliExpress directly have absolutely no qualms. They ain't bothered. Hey, look, it's Kets. Although apparently, if you want one that is truly pretending, you need to spend a bit more, because you need to get one where they have done this to the logo. can just about see the darker saturation of black there, where they've sort of attempted to... they've done a much better job of removing the word Newman from there, and then they've just, kind of taped over it? Or do you think that's actually just red in the real product? No, because when you go into these images, it's so obviously photoshopped on afterwards. Yes, right. You're seeing why, like, this has got to be a fun one, because if they're claiming that you can get a TLM 103 for £30, when in reality the actual price is £1,200, there's something going on there. Well, wait, we can pick color. It's going to be more expensive. Cheeky. Cheeky. You're putting me off. That's why it's 27 to 43. I got you. Yes, correct. Well spotted. It's also worth noting, I'm absolutely certain that the actual TLM 103 does not come in two different condenser sizes. I am seeing absolutely no suggestion that this thing has more than one condenser size. Back in a second. I am needed. Sorry about that. Someone needs a set of keys. Yeah, nice. And my digital mixer will allow me... It's got the same preamps on every channel, so I can literally go, hey, look, this microphone is plugged into... Like, I've got the microphone plugged into... Or both microphones plugged in at once into separate channels, but both channels have identical settings. And then I can easily do A/B blind tests and so on. If it ever gets to that point. I don't think this is a sufficiently Like, it's very clearly trying to be a clone, but it's not trying to be the original thing. So this is not quite as valuable, I don't think, as I thought it was originally. If they tried to put the word Newman on the front of it and pretend it was actually the Newman microphone, instead of doing what they're doing now, which is just basically not drawing attention to the fact that it's not. For this, it would be a Behringer, but it wouldn't be the sort of Behringer you're used to. It would be, it's that. I would use this to test. Interface I use for stream, etc. is the GoXLR. GoXLR is pretty damn good for what it does. Speaking of which, I meant to up-gain my microphone a little, or maybe perhaps not that much. Maybe 56. I played with compressor settings for my mic today. No, not the big boy, not by any means. I actually already regret not getting its bigger brother. I should have got the... I should have got that. But, yeah. I've already filled the ones I've got, dude. I'm already at max, and that's before, like, I'm already at the point where I'm like, okay, I'm running out of inputs for the microphones. And the band wants to get a, band wants to get in, like, a 3-piece brass section. How the hell am I going to mic those guys up? I don't have the channels for them. Like, all you gotta do is look at this. So at the moment we've got, so keys is 2 channels because the keyboard is stereo. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. And while this thing is called the XR18, you actually look on the front, those inputs only go up to 16. 17 and 18 are line inputs and can only be used with very specific things. So yeah, I am already at the point where this thing is maxed. If I had bought one of the X32 series, so it didn't have to be that, I could have got this, saved a bit of money. I should have got this. Because if you notice, that's almost halved the last price. No, it has halved the last price we're looking at. By moving it over to being a digitally controlled mixer instead of a... which is the same as what I've got at the moment. So they just whack all the inputs on the back. But this on its own then needs to be expanded. So you don't just use this. No, you don't use this on its own. You have this plus... this. And this connects through the back via a RJ45 protocol or RJ45 cable based unique protocol that allows it to send all of those channels and expand out to bigger mixer. And you put all of these things in a rack together and suddenly you're like, yeah, and now I've got like fucking... what's this? 32 plus 16 inputs, and I'm running happy. Not only have I got that many inputs, but look at all these outputs. And what goes down every one of those output channels can be configured. But you live and learn. At the time, or you just go for the 16 channel ones. You don't need the full deal. You can go for either. But at the time, for me, this price was considerably more acceptable. And I didn't know what I was doing, so I had yet to realize that I was going to run out of channels almost immediately. And I sort of knew this was coming, but at the same time, didn't really think it through properly. And the reason I don't get the band to fund this tech upgrade, Alien, is because, if I'm being honest with you, I don't want to deal with that mess. Yes, right, you could... no, this thing, no, it doesn't. Unfortunately, this is a different type of... So the Ethernet here is to allow you to hook it up to a Wi-Fi access point so that you don't use its onboard Wi-Fi, because its onboard Wi-Fi is bullshit. So that's what this port is for. And then this port, you can see underneath, is to expand it out to a setup that allows people to have a physical control for... I don't know a bit that they have like remote things that allow you to basically tie into the mixer, and it'll give you a physical panel that you can then use to modify what you hear in your in-ears. And that's what that does. If it had the extendable system, I'd be laughing, but that's why it doesn't. Like, if you actually think about it for a bit, it makes some sense that they went, we do this cheap line of mixers, and what we're going to do is keep the funky technology. Is that it, Sliver? Thank you. A Swift fine, sir? Yeah, there you go. So, it connects up to these things that basically allow someone to sit next to their drum kit and change what they hear in their ears. Yeah, okay, so they got a new version that's a bit more shiny. Well, no, they're not laughing. Okay, look at it this way. We're in a band together. We play a bit. We earn some money. The money we're earning is something at the moment like £500 a gig. We're a 5-person band, so that's £100 a person for something like 5 to 6 hours of work. Not including all the prep, just getting down there, setting up, doing a 2-hour set, and then packing everything down and going home. 5 to 6 hours. No one's getting good value from this. It's a bit of a passion project, regardless. Yeah, no, not including something. It's like, we're not making good money here. You know, take home is like, after you've dealt with all of the fuel costs, your taxes, other shenanigans, strings for your instrument, all these consumables and so on, you're taking home maybe £50 a gig, maybe £10 an hour. And I don't know how long this band's going to be going on for. So the band is never going to, unless something changes quite dramatically, pay off the purchase of a piece of kit like even this, let alone something more expensive. And I don't want to be in that situation where people are piecemealing each other over who owns which cable, who owns what percentage of the mixer. I've left the band and you owe me for this, that, blah, blah, blah. I don't want to be there. That is just a mess asking to happen. I would much rather it be very clear that this kit is mine and it was bought for the band's use. That's the purpose behind it, but it's mine. There's no argument about this later down the line. There's no fucking around. There's no people getting bitter about it. Everyone understands right off the bat. No, that's John's kit. And for me, you know, it's not like this mixer, if it wasn't being used for the band, wouldn't be sitting on the side of my desk right now, being plugged into my main rig, having replaced one of the 2 Go XLRs, and acting as quite a cool way of plugging all sorts of things in whenever I want, and controlling it remotely via a touchscreen. And it's the same way that the keys player is thinking about buying quite an expensive PA system. And I'm happy to advise him on what to get, but I want no part of it. And it's got to be clear right from the outset that he is buying that PA system, the band is not. Because the band can't afford it, first off. Like, if we're just talking about band finances, then we should be spending the 150 of our 500 every gig renting something and just sucking it up. We should not be buying our own kit. But if you want to, fine. But that's yours. And it goes with you. You look after it. You're responsible for it. And if you decide that we can't use it, then that's fine. Well, no, I am getting a benefit from it, though, Decabyte. To put it very, very simply, to put it into most simple terms, part of the reason I did this, part of the reason I had some of the kit to begin with, it was why I was, it was why even the very first recordings of the band, using my little portable recorder that I used to use for YouTube stuff. It was me recording that stuff. They liked the fact that I was doing it, but it was me recording it so that I can then come home at the end of it and go, hey, look, I've got something to talk about and show on stream. You've got to be able to rest your dick on it, otherwise. So, you know. Part of this is so I can come back and be able to have a recording that's worth publishing somewhere, potentially. Not yet, but... And part of it's me. Anybody who's been in any length of contact with Wasted will know that I like overdoing things. Like, I enjoy going way deeper into stuff than I should.
I want to be fun. I want to be like you. I want to walk like you, talk like you too. You see it's true. And if like me, fire to make me feel like you. So give me the secret man cub. Ow, clue me what you do. Give me the power of man's red flower to make my dreams come true. Well, ooby-doo, I wanna be like you. I wanna walk like you, talk like you too. You see it's true, and if like me can learn to be human too.
Of course, Lethal. And what we're currently listening to sounds different to every single one of you listening. Every single one of you is listening to a ever so slightly different version of this right now. Your audio hardware, your headphones, your environment, all of it is having an effect on this sound. I am hearing one version of it, you're hearing a different version of it. You know, one of the things I'm having to get used to is learning to master and mix and set up the sound in such a way that it's universally listenable, not just listenable and just sounds good through the set of headphones I happen to be wearing. I happen to be wearing a set of headphones that are mastering headphones. They have an almost completely flat frequency response. No headphones that people are actually wearing are like that. Everybody else is sitting there with a set of headphones where the bass is pumped and the treble is pumped and the mids are scooped. So I have a habit of turning the bass up too high, for example. For me, the bass right now, quite mellow and like really quite low in the mix. But I bet you for you guys
I'm
it's
the king of the swingers, how the jungle VIP. I've reached the top and I've had to stop, and that's what's bothering me. I wanna be a man cub, and stroll right into town and be just like
I mean, I hope so,
the
Sliver,
other
because
men. I'm tired of
it's quite creamy.
around. I want to be ooby-doo. I want to be like you. I want to walk like you, talk like you too. You see it's true, and if like me can learn to be human too. Now don't try to fool me, man cub. I made a deal with you. What I require is man's red fire to make me feel like you. will tell where man cub ends and orangutan begins. And when I eat those bananas, I won't do it with my feet, because I'll be a man cub now and I'll learn some etiquette. Well, 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 well. 1, 2, 3, 4, ooby-doo. I wanna be like you. I wanna walk like you, talk like you too. You see it's true, and if like me, can learn to be human too. One more time, I said now, ooby-doo. I wanna be like you. I wanna walk like you, talk like you too. You see it's true, and if like me, can learn to be human too. I like the extra one.
There you go, Fog. You've heard the whole thing now. We have already started. It's not recorded because I'd already stopped recording, but after the end of here, there was a few tests on other tracks coming up. The next one is Friend Like Me. Going straight for the classics, and I can tell you that Andy does a fucking good job in comparison to Will Smith. Will Smith can go fuck himself. You have no talent. If Bungle can sing that song better than you can, you are a talentless schmuck. Get out of here. Fog. A friend like me, yeah. You reveal yourself, sir.
You quite realize what you got here. So why don't you just ruminate?
That's Friend Like Me. All right, fair enough. Then I need to think about directional speakers. Oh, you're still that was still talking about sound differences and so on. Yeah, yeah. No, that's coming up. What else is coming up? Not that.
Standing in line, marking time, waiting for the welfare dime, 'cause they can't buy a job. So the man in the silk suit hurries by as he catches the poor lady's eye. Just for fun, he says, get a job. That's just the way it is. Some things will never change. That's just the way it is. Ah, but don't you believe?
So a bit of a classic. But that doesn't really go any further than that, because that was one that was literally sprung on us. And when I say us, I mean guitar, electric guitar, bass, and drums. Suddenly discovered that this was a thing that we were going to be doing about there. Hence, Wasted is messing around trying to figure out what I'm going to do with the bass line. I actually quite like this one.
That's just
Like that was in an inversion alongside the keys, and I need to continue that.
job. That's just the way it is.
I needed more of a little run, and then it should continue after each lyric. Anyway, there's that coming, and there's something else in here. Where is it? This.
Go right.
Yeah.
Everybody wants you. Everybody wants your love. I'm just here to make sure that you're mine or mine. So na 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 na, baby, give it up, baby, give it up. Now sing na 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 na, baby, give it up, baby, give it up now.
Counting Crows is already on the list as well. I don't think it's the track I want to do, but there's one on there. As I've no doubt there is definitely a bit of Counting Crows vibe to our group. Absolutely. Where is it?
Tomorrow I'll be gone. Save
So yeah, from there onwards is our existing set. The stuff in the other file was all new stuff that isn't in this.
Tomorrow comes and takes me away. How I wish that I could stay. Girl, you know I've got to go. Lord, I wish it wasn't so. Take this wine and drink with me. Let's
Later,
take
Arizon.
our misery, save tonight. By the break of dawn, come tomorrow.
But yes, a good mix of covers. And hopefully, on Saturday, with the help of a few notes that I've been writing, I actually managed to get a recording this time round that's good enough I can do something with it, because I think we're outside. And outside has the advantage of killing all reverberations. There's not going to be any sort of echo. So weirdly, I can't help but think like it might be quite a good opportunity to get a clean recording. Because so much of this is spoiled by the fact that we're in rooms and there's bounce back from all the walls, and you know, I don't have a big sound treated room that will fit the band.
When I hear that train coming, it's coming around the bend, and I ain't seen sunlight since I don't know when, but I'm stuck in Folsom Prison. Thought keeps dragging on. When I see that train rolling, down to San Antonio. When I was just a baby, my mama told me.
Well, I'm still going to mic everything up, Lethal, so I'll still be getting this mix out of it. I'll just have less stuff coming back into the mics that there's a mess.
Just to watch him die. When I hear that whistle blowing, I hang my head and cry. Instrumental. I rise up this morning, smile to the rising sun. Three little birds sat on my doorstep and they were singing sweet songs of melodies pure and true. They were singing, "This is our message to you." Singing, "Don't worry about a thing.
We've got a number of tracks that are along those lines.
Be alright." Singing, "Don't worry about a thing, because every little thing is gonna be alright." Rise up this morning, smile to the rising sun. Three little birds, they were sat on my doorstep and they were singing sweet songs of melodies pure and true. They were singing, "This is our message to you." Singing, "Don't worry."
What a bargain, man. I'm buying an SM7B and an SM58 for less than the price of one SM58. Can you believe? I'm sure it's entirely legitimate and everything's fine with them.
That's what bothers me. They free me from this prison. If this railroad train was mine, I'd probably keep it rolling a little further down the line. Oh, far from Folsom Prison. That's where
Yeah, this is Folsom Prison Blues, but we've also got somewhere around Hit the Road, Jack.
I think what we did previously.
They're making me sing these days, so I'm looking forward to joining in on Hit the Road. Actually, I think I've got the deep voice for it.
Try some harmonic.
hit the road, Jack. Don't you come back no more, no more, no more, no more. Hit the road, Jack. Don't you come back no more. What you say? Hit the road, Jack. Don't you come back no more, no more, no more, no more. Hit the road, Jack. Don't you come back no more. How, woman, oh woman, why you treat me so mean? You're the meanest old woman that I've ever seen. I guess if you say so, I had to pack my things and go. That's right, hit the road, Jack. Don't you come back no more, no more, no more, no more. Hit the road, Jack. Don't you come back no more. What you say? Hit the road, Jack. Don't you come back no more, no more, no more, no more. Hit the road, Jack. Don't you come back no more. Hey, baby, listen, baby, don't you treat me this way. 'Cause I'll be back on my feet someday. Don't care if you do, 'cause it's understood. You ain't got no money, you just ain't no good. Well, I guess if you say so, I had to pack my things and go. That's right, hit the road, Jack. Don't you come back no more, no more, no more, no more. Hit the road, Jack. Don't you come back no more. What you say? Hit the road, Jack. Don't you come back no more, no more, no more, no more. Hit the road, Jack. Don't you come back no more. Go, Los. I think it's John's turn now. How, woman, oh woman, why you treat me so mean? You're the meanest old woman that I've ever seen. I guess if you say so, I had to pack my things and
Every
go.
last one of us started as a blues musician, myself included. Very first things I was learning to play, the very first band I was in, was a Blues Brothers tribute band called The Fish Don't Know.
I had to pay my things and go. That's right, hit the road, Jack. Don't you come back no more, no more, no
And I was in that band
hit the road, Jack. Don't you come back no more.
with that guy.
You say hit the road, Jack. Don't you come back no more, no more, no more, no more. Hit the road, Jack. Don't you come back no more. 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 Don't you come back no more.
Known
Don't you come
the
back no more.
keys player for
Come back no more.
28 years, and the lead singer and electric guitarist for like 20. Electric guitarist actually lived with me for a bit as well, so we know each other pretty well. We just had one of these things, weird scenarios where, you know, you don't always stay in contact with folks. And then randomly, like a year and a half ago, I bumped into him in a petrol station, and he was like, "Yo, it's you," and I was like, "Holy shit, it's you." So what are you doing these days? He was like, "Oh, I'm thinking, you know, I'm still working as a paramedic, still usual stuff there, but I'm thinking of starting a band. Do you still play bass?" I was like, "Yeah, actually, I do. Still play it quite frequently." I was like, "Cool. Do you want to be in the band?" I'm like, "Yeah, thank you." And now I know those guys again. I mean, Little Shop of Horrors is pretty fantastic, so yeah. I think that's sort of showing your age like a vintage wine as opposed to anything else. The young'uns won't know. They won't understand. They're not, you know, they need to just wait a little longer. Then they'll get it. Look, we can at least pretend to be positive. We can get away with that, surely. Oh no, Jack was actually helpful and posted the stream announcement for the start, whereas I was sort of saving it for the RimWorld bit. That's fine. He was being awesome, but... How long have we been going? 2 or 3 hours. Do I restart it to save myself editing time? Oh no, we'll sort that out. At the moment, I'm wondering about whether or not we do a restart. I also will continue to ask this question. I am looking for suggestions. I have been, as part of the fact that they're making me sing as a backing singer in the band, I have been told I'm allowed to now be like, and there's this one track I want to sing. If anyone can think of a good suggestion, I am struggling. And again, this would have to be something, you need to listen to my voice. Listen to the range of my voice. You know how high I can go? Because I go high sometimes. I'm talking to Avi. You gotta go high at the end of the sentences, and I can go low sometimes. But that range, what do you think? I can do a half-decent death metal voice, but my throat will last about 30 seconds. Some Johnny Cash. Oh, I don't know about that. I'm not sure how much of a crooner I am. I'm not sure I could pull off an Ace of Spades either. Tris, my scream is not, not a scream, but you know what I mean. When you stress your voice out, that doesn't sound good for me. You know, when you go and intentionally break your voice, it doesn't work for me.
Should I?
Otis Redding, sitting on the dock of the bay. Now that is... Okay. I could see that. Of course I like quirky music, but it would also need to be something that's relatively well known. One of the nice things about our choice of track selection so far is definitely that it's quite well known and quite well. It doesn't matter how old you are, you've probably heard it. Partly because a lot of it's been in movies and a lot of it's been in Shrek. Well, back to the Rim. Back to Kiddo Playground. For once, I didn't actually incorrectly name the colony. Oh, I know I'm not deep enough for House of the Rising Sun. I've tried to sing along to House of Rising Sun before. It's like half a octave up or below where I live. I also put it out there. We had a secret chat between myself, the drummer, and the electric guitarist. We had a little get together, little union meeting, and have decided that we need to force the rest of the group to play some more rocky stuff. We need a few rocky songs in there. So this might be an opportunity for that. Man, I haven't heard these stereophonics in a long time, to the point where I can't even hear it in my head. You know what I mean? Like we need some sort of proper classic, more rocky anthem in there. No, I cannot do fucking Queen. Get out of here, Fog. What is wrong with you? Not just too easy. It doesn't sound anything like me. We would have to do some sort of proper mix-up on it. And do consider that that is always an option. We could take something that's not rocky and make it rocky. And I'm thinking something along the lines of How Rocky? Foo Fighters or White Stripes or something like that. I'm not sure I could pull off Black Betty. It requires you to like break your voice a bit, if that makes sense. You've got it's got a sort of rasping to it that I don't think I can manage. Black Betty for us in general would be fun. Don't get me wrong. Black Betty's amazing. when I said White Stripes, it was because Seven Nation Army was what I was thinking of. But he has a way of, he's got a kind of like whiny quality to his voice. If you know what I mean, it's got a certain tone to it that I don't think I can manage. It also has a secondary problem in that the White Stripes, famous for being a two-person band, a bass and a drum kit. And there's 5 of us. We do it Shatner style. I'm going to fight them off. A 7-nation army couldn't hold me back. They're going to rip it off. Taking their time right behind my back. And I'm talking to myself at night because I can't forget. Back and forth through my mind. Behind a cigarette. Whoa. Oh. Oh. Sweet child of mine. You're breaking it in too obvious places, Triss. You need to break it in a place where the sentence doesn't make any sense. So you need sweet child of, and then you wait on the mine. The sweet child of mine is makes way too much sense. To pull off the proper Shatner, you need to have the sentence break where it absolutely shouldn't. Why do I find this so difficult? Nah, see, it's got the same cracked voice problem. It's about the right key. I think the reason I've got so few suggestions, I think, is simply because the sort of music that I normally enjoy is the sort of music that has a bass line that is that is sufficiently complex or funky that I can't sing it while playing bass, and therefore it doesn't fit. Yeah, maybe the answer there is to lean towards that as a concern rather than anything else. Maybe lethal, maybe. What about Carl's mum as a bitch? South Park, lol. But no, maybe you guys are right. Maybe the idea is to approach this from the angle of stop being so particular about trying to recreate the exact sound when the whole point is actually not to do that. Leonard Cohen was one of the things on my list, honestly. The problem is Leonard Cohen is, for the most part, depressing as all shit. But no, you're not wrong. My voice is not massively far away from Leonard Cohen's. I've even started, as I've been getting older, to develop that growl. The rumble when you go deep. If it was a Leonard Cohen track I'd want to do, it would be Tower of Song, probably. I think the lyrics for Tower of Song are fantastic. But no one knows that. Or very much fewer people know Tower of Song. What they'd expect you to sing is Hallelujah, if you're doing a Leonard Cohen cover. BBK? Be more specific, please. Because to be honest, the more I think about it, the more I think I should be doing it. The more I think I should be doing it from the perspective of actually picking a song and then changing it. I figured you meant BB King, but when the night is young, eh? You could probably play that bass line on the guitar. Alien Ant Farm version of Smooth Criminal is arguably one of the best covers ever. And it does still amuse me that you're not allowed to touch the Michael Jackson estate unless you happen to have a banging cover, in which case fucking go for it. I mean, I gotta be honest with you guys. If you're throwing me BB King and Louis Armstrong, I mean, I appreciate the confidence you guys have in me, but you're not making it easy. You know that, right? I might have a similar voice to them. That doesn't mean I can sing. You're talking about people who were famously incredible singers. That's not me. Maybe we need to lower the target a little bit. What a Wonderful World? No. But Stand By Me? Yeah. Since when have I wanted easy? When it's something I've got to actually perform, Shride. I am someone who struggles massively with self-confidence. Always have. I've managed to break it slightly when it comes to streaming online, etc. Because this is a very different environment. But yeah, I'm not a confident individual. I still find playing bass on stream when I'm so as highlighted as that difficult. Otis Redding, I think, is actually more of an option. I honestly, I think you have perhaps had the best suggestion so far, Anne Lethal, with Sitting on the Dock of the Bay. Because it's a relatively smooth song, which is something that I find easier. I'm not good at changing note too quickly, if that makes sense. I can't jump an octave out of nowhere. And Otis Redding is very much that sort of vibe. So I could see that happening, especially if I then found a way of mixing up the vibe of it a little. I haven't listened to that track in a long time, but I still think I can hear it in my head. So I still think you're closer to it than Louis Armstrong is.
Sitting in the morning sun, I'll be sitting when the evening comes, watching the ships roll in, and then I'll watch them roll away again. Yeah.
It's actually a bit higher than I remembered. It's not a bad thing.
Watching the tide roll away. Ooh, sitting on the dock of the bay, wasting time. I left my home in Georgia, headed for the Frisco Bay. 'Cause I've had nothing to live for, and look like
maybe
nothing's gonna come my way. So I'm just gonna sit on the dock of the bay, watching the tide roll away. Ooh, I'm sitting on the dock of the bay, wasting time. Look like nothing's gonna
that's
change.
the bit that I'm going to struggle with.
Everything still remains the same. I can't do what 10 people tell me to do, so I guess I'll remain the same. Listen, sitting here resting just to make this dock my home. Now I'm just gonna sit at the dock of the bay, watching the tide roll away. Ooh, I'm sitting on the dock of the bay, wasting time.
My. Oh god. This I can't do. I can't whistle to save my life, so no. Yeah, I definitely can't do the whistle bit. But I bet you Andy can whistle. Or you could just do it on the guitar. Oh, wait a second. Better idea. Why is it A1? Okay, you guys are lucky. Legitimately lucky this time. Oh no, you're not. I'm sorry, I can't. Yep, we just break out the kazoo for that part, it'll be fine. Yep, that's our cover. Our cover is just all whistling parts become kazoo, and that's the only thing that changes. Oh dear. Here's a thought. How about no? We've got the giggle. The giggle's in mouth trumpet.
And then nobody's and they have a little chat and we go, fine.
Wait for it.
Well, I like your mannerisms. I will be a couple.
He does do a very good mouth trumpet. It's actually quite impressive. Dude, our cover of the King of the Swingers is, I think it's pretty good. Especially you don't know what it is to begin with. It just sounds like some bluesy shenanigans. Like some bluesy shenanigans I'm down for as well. You're like, ooh.
Well, I'm the king of the swingers, out the jungle VIP. I've reached the top and I've had to stop, and that's what's bothering me. I wanna be a man and color and a stroller right into town and be just like the other men. I'm tired of monkeying around.
No, this is Andy, the band leader.
Well, 1, 2, 3, 4. Ooby doo. I wanna be like you. I wanna walk like you, talk like you too. You see it's true, and if like me, can learn to be human too. So don't try to tease me, man cub. I made a deal with you. If I require is man's red fire to make me feel like you. So give me the secret, man cub. Ow, clue me what you do. Give me the power of man's red fire to make my dreams come true. Well, ooby-doo, I wanna be like you. I wanna walk like you, talk like you too. You see it's true, and if like me, I wanna learn to be human too. First chorus for the improv. It's the chorus chords.
Yeah, we haven't played it live yet. This was our first versions of it.
Well, ooby-doo, I wanna be like you. I wanna walk like you, talk like you too. You see it's true, and if like me, can learn to be human too. Well, I like your mannerisms. I will be a couple of twins. No one will tell where man cup ends and orangutan begins. And when I eat those bananas, I won't do it with my feet. Because I'll be a man cub now and I'll learn some etiquette. Well, 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 well. I want 2, 3, 4, ooby-doo. I wanna be like you. I wanna walk like you, talk like you too. You see it's true, and if like me, can learn to be human too. One more time, I said now, ooby-doo. I wanna be like you. I wanna walk like you, talk like you too. You see it's true, and if like me, can learn to be human too. Thank you very much and good night. Now, we've been joining the medics. Thank you.
Jane!
Yeah, that is definitely a fun addition to the repertoire. Also, the last track for any gig, and with that, that is the idea being that's the thing that people leave remembering. The last track you heard was weirdo version of King of the Swingers. You go away like, hopefully with a good vibe.
1, 2, 3.
Where's the? Oh.
Jack, don't you come someday, I'll send your holding back. She said, we're in B.
No diggity is hiding from me. Although Sting is also.
I don't drink coffee, I drink tea, my dear. I like my toast done on one side. You can hear it in my accent when I talk. I'm an Englishman in New York. I see me walking down Fifth Avenue, a walking cane here by my side. I take it everywhere I walk. Oh, I'm an Englishman in New York. Oh, oh, I'm an alien. I'm a legal alien. I'm an Englishman in New York. Oh, oh, I'm an alien. I'm a legal alien. I'm an Englishman in New York. If manners make it matter, some may say that he is the
Need a new recording of the tracks in this set. This is from May, and not only have we got better at it, but I can just record much better versions of this stuff now. We've also played them way more.
There ain't no sunshine when she's gone. It's not warm when she's away. There ain't no sunshine when she's gone, and this house just ain't no home anytime she goes away. Wonder this time where she's gone. Wonder if she's gone.
Yeah, this is a fairly straight cover, honestly. Good track, but
There ain't no sunshine when she's gone. This house just ain't no home anytime she goes away. And I know, 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 know, I know, I know, I know. I know, I know, I know, I know, I know, I know. Said you better leave that young thing alone. There ain't no sunshine when she's gone. Anytime she goes away.
I like this track just because it's great bass practice. You have to be in the pocket to get this sound right. You have to be like so lazy and in the groove. And the groove is so slow.
when she's gone. Only darkness every day. There ain't no sunshine when she's gone. And this house just ain't no home anytime she goes away. And I know, 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 I know. I know, 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 I know. I know, 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 I know. I know, I know, I know, I know, I know, I know. Say you better leave that young thing alone. There ain't no sunshine when she's gone. Anytime she goes away. Anytime she goes away. Anytime she goes away. Anytime she goes away. Nice. That's good.
What are you unhappy about, Lethal?
Felt it, I tried to hard and you won't find love.
In the business of misery, let's take it from the top. She's got a body like an hourglass that's ticking like a clock. It's a matter of time before we all run out. When I thought he was mine,
That's the original track, Lethal.
I waited a long month, she finally set him free. I told him I couldn't lie, and he
Where is No Diggity hiding?
I said, wait for the moment. Gone home, went to bed. While the other kids, they were still outside. No, I don't feel time when I sleep. So I snuggled up in my sheet. Wait for a brighter day. I play football tomorrow with only my best friends, people I like, but I don't love, I'm not allowed. I wonder if Sharon will see me, but I'll play cool, 'cause cool is what you got to do. It's hard to make a point when you're living so loud. Sometimes you just gotta turn it down. I'm trying to get my friends excited about not being invited to do. I say what I say now. I say, but down I smile. Listen down, I smile. It was so nice, to get a call. Oh, Sharon, I'm good at stuff.
Andy
And you're
is quite
just
impressive when he pushes himself.
Let's make products. Oh yeah, and I'm a product guy, yeah. And you're a produce girl. And I said, money, 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 money will be spent. Whoa.
It is strained, but
I'm attuned to the grooves.
this is hardly
That
an
turn you on.
easy one to sing. So
Mr. John Skinner, take it away. Johnny Carr.
Yeah, that was Johnny, the guitarist. He can come out with some very nice stuff at times. I'm still not sure about the duck effect he's using, but that auto wah stuff, but you know. Where's his really good? He has an amazing solo in one of the tracks. I think it might be Folsom Prism. Oh wow, we're at the start of the set. Whoops. That means I've definitely fucked up. Is that the second half? Yeah, it is. Folsom Prism's one of our best tracks, without a doubt. Ah, sorry.
When I see that train rolling, oh, down to San Antone. When I was just a baby, my mama told me, son, always be a good boy, don't you ever play with guns. Well, I shot a man in Reno just to watch him die. When I hear that whistle blowing, I hang my head and cry. Instrumental. To you, singing, don't worry about a thing, because every little thing is gonna be alright. Singing, don't worry about a thing, because every little thing is gonna be alright. Rise up this morning.
Just him? No, two people. This isn't Elvis, this is Bob Marley.
Singing, don't worry about a thing, because every little thing is gonna be alright now. Oh yeah, singing, don't worry about a thing, because every little thing.
This is not my voice, this is Andy's voice.
I bet there's rich folks eating in a fancy dining car. They're probably drinking coffee and smoking big cigars. Well, I know I had it coming. I know I can't be free. But that train, it keeps rolling, and that's what bothers me. They freed me from this prison.
I see what you mean about the Elvis, though.
I'll probably keep it rolling a little further down the line. Oh, far from Folsom Prison, that's where I'd want to stay. And I let that lonesome whistle, oh, blow my cares away. Go on, Johnny.
What the fuck? Where's Johnny's guitar? What has happened to Johnny's guitar?
Far from Folsom Prison, that's where I'd want to stay. And I let that lonesome whistle, oh, blow my cares away. Go on, Johnny.
Wrong track.
And I let that lonesome.
What the hell? No, this is not my voice. I understand what you might think it is. His voice is... Andy sings a bit like I could sing if I'd had practice. Okay, his guitar is back. It just doesn't exist in this. I don't understand. I'm sure I've got a version of this with his guitar in it, probably.
Go on, Johnny. Jack, don't you come back no more. Said, woo-hoo, shut up.
Why is this set list so weird?
Is what you got to do. But I got him. Cares, no, I know. Still eat today, still I say I'm sorry. Heavy in my money. From the way that it used to smell. When you're around, 'cause I know the sound of
I am very confused. I am now much less confused. I've been playing the wrong day's track. I can now see it neatly divided into two sets. First 1 hour set. Second 1 hour set. The mask is pretty awesome. And yeah, I can see how that works. I can see what you're going for with that. Right, this is where the solo is. Oh yeah, right. I should have noticed immediately that the sound quality was just off. Everything about it was off.
it's coming around the bend. And I ain't seen sunlight since I don't know when. But I'm stuck in Folsom Prison. The time keeps dragging on. But that train, it keeps rolling, oh, down to San Antone.
Right, where is that? So
Away. Go on, Johnny.
it's me trying to make something good enough quality that I can publish it. Yeah, at least. And to be honest, now I've found the right mix, it's much closer to something you might actually be able to do that with.
Anyway. Man walks down the street, he says, why am I soft in the middle now?
It sounds better. But it means here I'll be able to find the track I'm looking for. There it is.
Sure to get down, good Lord. This baby's got me rocking all over town. Strictly busy, don't play around, cover much ground. I got game by the pound. Getting paid is a forte, each and every day. True play away. Can't get it right in my mind. Think about the girl all the time. Well, east side to the west side. Pushing fat rides, it ain't no surprise. She's got tricks in the stash, stacking up the cash. That's when it comes to the gas. Yeah, by no means average. She's on when she's on, she gotta have
I know.
it. Baby, you're a perfect 10. I wanna get in. Baby, get down so I can win. I like the way you work it. No diggity, about to bag it up. Bag it up. I like the way you work it. No diggity, about to bag it up. Bag it up now. I like the way you work it. No diggity, about to bag it up. Bag it up. I like the way you work it. No diggity. She's got class and style. Street knowledge by the pound. Baby, never act wild. Very low key to the profile. Catching feelings is a no. Let me show you how it goes. I said herbs the word, spin is the verb. Tough as it curves, so freak what you heard. Rolling with the fatness, you don't even know what the half is. You gotta pay to play, just for shorty bang bang to look your way. I said I like the way you work it, all day and every night. I said you're blowing my mind, maybe in time, maybe I can get get you into my ride. I like the way you work it, no diggity, about to bag it up. I like the way you work it, no diggity, about to bag it up. I like the way you work it, no diggity, about to bag it up. I like the way you work it, no diggity, Mr. Johnny Carl.
Yep. I'm with you.
Break it down for the wayos. Said away, yo, way, yo, way, yo, way, yo. Maybe not quite that much. Said away, yo, way, yo, way, yo, way, yo. I said away, yo, way, yo, way, yo, way, yo. Said away, yo, way, yo, way, yo, way, yo.
Yeah.
I said away, yo, way, yo, way, yo, way, yo. I said away, yo, way, yo, way, yo, way, yo. Way, yo, way, yo, way, yo, way,
No.
yo. Way, yo, way, yo, way, yo, way, yo. Stompy ones ready? Said away, yo, way, yo, way, yo, way, yo. Said away, yo, way, yo, way, yo, way, yo. Way, yo, way, yo, way, yo, way, yo. Way, yo, way, yo, way, yo, way, yo. Oh.
It is, honestly, band does have a bit of a RimWorld vibe. The heavy use of acoustic, like constant acoustic strumming, has got
Lovely.
RimWorld sort of feel to it.
There's some really bad noises I might make.
There were some really bad noises.
It's
Lars,
okay,
you are
we can
correct.
turn those down at the appropriate time.
No, I can turn them up so that everybody
no, no.
hears them.
Um,
Yeah, that was pretty much a perfect example of the nose you hit, and it was awful. However, it is also in need of too much constant attention for background of RimWorld music, so instead, we will rely on someone who actually knows how to master their music. And we will also take a quick break. Back in one moment, folks. Yep, new kiddos on the block. It is... Oh, right, apparently. You see, you guys lie to me. I say, I'm going to play some RimWorld now. Go AFK, come back, and there's 20 less people watching. So, you do make up for them. That's true, Wolf. You know, entirely correct. You make up for them completely. Well done. And not closed. Oh, right, because the door's open. It doesn't bother me. Anything much going on? Doodle celebration, death rest for holiday, and Dragon Box. But I think we were waiting on Omnom and Svetlana, who are going to be sitting around for a little while still. They've only relatively recently gone in, although everyone but Omnom has a accelerator now, so that's something. And working on neural stations, because we've got to that point in colony advancement where basically the second the colonists became aware that a neural supercharger existed, because we researched microelectrics, the timer began. Before they'd start complaining about not having one. So we're in that. We're here at the moment, and we're going to be stuck here for a little bit before we can move on, before we can get fabrication, because they're going to get angry. And I don't have time nor means to pretty up the base. The base is what it is for the time being. We need to expand it. It's not that important that we go through the process of laying floors would take forever. Unless we made them all out of wood, and that's just, hey, do you want to build a big flammable strip through the center of your base? So, no, we're going to wait on that and instead supercharge them, I think. And Magigo, thank you very much. And yeah, interestingly enough, so far, Dragonbox and Omnom, 2 kids. Macintosh and the Fool, none. And I've been checking, Dragonbox and the Fool, 2 kids. Omnom and Macintosh, none. And I've been checking their debuffs. So the love and debuff is appearing. I think this is because Macintosh is 51 and Omnom is 40. I think because of the cell fragility stuff we have, they're essentially, they live 60% as long, which means someone who's 51 is actually, what, 71? 68? Something like that? And so I think these pawns aren't fertile anymore. I think they need age reversal to even be fertile. At least that's my current understanding. Lifespan factor times 60%. So if you're 51 and your original lifespan was going to be, let's say you would originally live until 80, 85, well, you now have a 60% lifespan. So instead of living to 80, 85, you're going to live to what? Your expected lifespan is 55? So if you're 51, you're already well into your old age. Menopause has passed. Everything, we're here now. And if you happen to be the Fool, okay, so maybe it's specifically the female, which would make some sense-ish. Because the Fool is quite happily getting Dragonbox to have kids. But Macintosh is 51 and is not conceiving. So this to me leads me to believe that with what we've got at the moment, I need to start age reversing Mac if I want Macintosh offspring. Which is entirely doable when Dragonbox is not currently tending for a baby and in need of death rest. So, yeah, okay, just to fill us in on where we are as far as kiddos are concerned, because it appears that this is definitely going to be a kiddo colony. That is something we have accepted as part of our life. And I think Holiday is not death resting because we are waiting on a death rest casket, which is this one, because I put it in their room because Holiday's their kid, but we're short on steel still. And not only that, but we haven't really discovered any steel nearby, so we're all on long distance deposits. So, you know, we're working on stuff like that's actually not that far away. So, but we're working on stuff like that, which is a bit farther away than you might like. Sanguiphage. Oh my god. Here's a question. What happens when you make one of my dudes a vampire? You see where I'm coming from? It's like, hang on a second. I hadn't even considered this. There's actual vampires wandering around still. So, yeah, interesting. Do we potentially want to return Macintosh back to true vampire status? With the positives and negatives that come with it? I think we might. Not only that, but I also think we're in a position where, ironically, if we do have to fight the sanguiphages and so on, we're not much weaker than them. In fact, in combat, we might even be stronger. It's not only positives. It is not only positives. In a couple of ways, my germline is stronger than the Xeno. Is there any way of looking at the sanguiphage genome without accepting this mission? Well, that's what I'm wondering, is like we might end up with actually something even stronger than a vampire, because anything that I have that the vampire doesn't have will persist as a germline gene instead of a Xeno gene. Right? So what we're doing is we'll be gaining some so for example, Unstoppable is not an ability that the vampires have. If I remember rightly, this is a Yitakin thing. But, yeah, vampires don't have unstoppable. Nor do they have superclotting, I don't think. They don't have psychic bonding. Are we willing, and to do this in advance, for experimental purposes, I take a save now? And we consider reverting, but look, ideally just having a look at how exactly this mechanic works? Because I don't know. I think, you know, are we good for science this one, potentially? Because in reality, if it totally overwrites... Okay, so for good gaming scientific purposes, I should describe what I am concerned about and what I would like in advance. So, the way I would make this call is if the vampire genes completely replace every gene we have, so we lose all gene identity, including things like psychic bonding, etc., then I would not take it. I would stay as our current germline setup. But I don't know if that's the case. If the xenogerms come in and only replace stuff that they supersede, then we would still keep the cornerstone of what makes this particular species this species. So that's basically my criteria. Tough hasn't come from Unstoppable. Those traits were rolled. I spent a long while rolling a lot of our guys into quite strong pawns. So I rolled 2 tough people, and I rolled 2 neurotic people, or very neurotic people. And then these guys, when picking, Svetlana picked up tough as well, because that was an option. So, no, if you guys are okay with it, we're going to do experimental. And I've defined my conditions in advance so that they're... So, you know, if it happens as I describe I would like, we stick with it. And if it doesn't, it doesn't. I've already described my criteria in advance, so I'm not just fishing here. I don't have any over the limit for metabolic deficiency. It's at 0. This faction has an identity. I don't want to lose that by accepting a quest and not knowing exactly how the mechanics of that quest work. I very much like the idea of returning Macintosh back to being a vampire. I can see how that would be something that Macintosh would like to do. You know, with the invented roleplay that Macintosh has been through the Arco Nexus, spat back out having been experimented on and ended up as this sort of shell of the original vampire race. I can definitely see Macintosh wanting to go, what, I can become a vampire again? Yes, please. But not if that means abandoning the people that went through the process with her. Let's see. Also, it's Chapeau Rhone, so we can't really say no. A celebrity coming to visit. I will be sure to give them my very best wooden dining chair. Excuse me, what is this? An EMP launcher. Can I have your EMP launcher, please? The fool! Why are you like this? You're not putting on a good show to our vampire friends when you are out the front currently suffering from dementia. Can we not? Also, we're going to end hunting for the time being to avoid any potential hiccups. There's 4 of them. Sanguiphage, sanguiphage, sanguiphage. There's 4 sanguiphages in my colony. That is kind of scary. And some of them have got good melee as well. Oh, 2 of them have got good melee. Aha! Southern Australians.
We've got a new boy.
I've got used to this. It turns out that they take on some of the appearances and behaviors and habits of the creatures of their home country. Where just, you never know. They lift up the toilet seat. Waha! So it's an Australian. Pull down your windscreen visor in the car. Ah! Australian. Howdy, Splitsy. I was out of order this evening. I assume you dug some roads and some holes in the ground. That just marks you as a traitor, Leafy. How dare. Because it says something above your name. He's recreating Factorio with Black Shadow. Oh, interesting. Okay, so life has changed, and Out of Ore have we ditched a Capac? Was this not a Capac game? I can see it potentially not being a Capac game. Paladol. Oh, man. No, I just, as I said, I can understand how that would be a game where it wouldn't take that long before, as Splitsy's saying, he ran out of things he wanted to do and just became a chaotic element. And it's not a game that's likely to suddenly change, and now he's got something new to do, which is, something that happens in Wrong Way Out, for example, is where Capac can bounce back and forwards between being chaotic element and actually doing something, because the situation changes quite dramatically, and suddenly he's got, there's something new to do. But in Out of Ore, I could definitely see how that ended up with a bored Capac, which is a difficult Capac. I am interested in potentially checking out of Ore. It does look good, and I like the fact that it's not from Saber Interactive, and it's not SnowRunner or Forerunner or Roadrunner or Roadcraft or Craft Road or Craft Snow or any of the other ways in which they want to try and sell us the same game again. Understanding that Roadcraft's a bit of an exception to that, but it's an exception to it in probably the wrong direction, in that all it really does is actually take away one of the best bits of SnowRunner, which was the feeling of being able to go wherever you wanted. And that might actually be beneficial. You never know what you'd find. And Roadcraft doesn't have that. He's currently out of ore. Well then, how appropriate.
Another boy.
Thank you,
joins the
Archman.
crew.
Well, welcome everybody. Sorry, for my folks, you guys know Splitsy. If you don't know Splitsy, he's a good friend and a fantastic Australian. He handles being upside down adeptly, and he can even translate for us upright people. But also produces some pretty good tutorial, and he's got a good head on him. Gives you some nice, thoughtful and intelligent content, which I very much approve of. So go check out Little Splitsy, drop him a follow, and while you're there, also check out Black Shadow, because Black Shadow is just a lovely lady. Simple as that. Despite drawing possibly the most terrifying version of me I've ever seen, it haunts me at night, and I struggle to sleep. Not raid. Wasted. Wrong one. Click the right button, thank you. I know they're next to each other, but let's give it another go. Can wrangle a Capac. Also true. Who knows where we're going on this channel? We could be anywhere. Which is a pretty good introduction to me. Hello everybody, I'm Wasted, also known as John. On this channel, we could go anywhere. For example, we spent a decent while at the start of the stream this evening going through multi-track mixing for my band. And now we're playing RimWorld. In this RimWorld, we are playing a group of not vampires, based off a previous run-through of mine. I ran through what's called the Arco Nexus. It is a very long and difficult challenge in RimWorld. We managed to complete it with a character called Macintosh, who was a vampire. And she ended up very powerful. And at the end of that run, she became one with the Arco Nexus. That was part of the ending scenario. And as she became one with the Arco Nexus, the end mission resulted in a kid who was only like 11 getting killed by scythers, but they sort of gave up their consciousness or whatever happens at that point. And my personal lore is, at that point, why would the Arco Nexus be a benevolent anything? It was what supposedly from RimWorld lore created all of the advanced technology we use, and all of the terraformed planets that you visit in RimWorld are because of the previous civilization, and the Arco Nexus is a remnant of that. So Macintosh as a vampire was experimented on and spat back out broken as a genetic experiment to try and, I don't know what, fix, enhance, do something with vampires. And since then, we are now pseudo-vampires, which have some major problems, like major cell instability. That means that we live 60% as long as anybody else. Cancers are deadly. And diseases are pretty nasty as well. And there's a few other sort of weird things in here that about the idea that this is a broken ex-vampire species that are now suffering for the fact that it didn't work. And the hypermetabolism that led to vampires in the first place has led to a bunch of consequences. And this run-through is about trying to fix those consequences and build ourselves a spaceship so that we can get the hell out of here and maybe go and take all the goodies from the people that put us in this position. So as it stands, we have, what's that, 1, 2, 3, we have 4 adults of this particular species, known as Sanguofragis. And then we have 3 kids. 2 of which are from, so one of the things that's changed with this species is they've ended up breeding a lot to try and keep the species alive. So they have high libido, they're very fertile, and they also psychically bond to whichever partner they have first. So, you know, love at first sight is a thing for these people. And then once they have that, they are psychically connected to their partner. And right now, we are actually committing science. We have been given the opportunity. Some vampires want to come up and meet up at our base. Some actual vampires want to come and meet up at our base for a little meeting off the radar. And in return, they will make one of our people a vampire. And I have no idea how. So these guys' genes are what's called germline genes. They're like inheritable genes. They work like normal genes work. Xenogenes are what the sanguophages have, and they don't work the same way. See how these are in a completely different section. And so I don't know how the 2 of them are gonna interact. And so we've taken a save because I don't want to break my roleplay for this playthrough by doing this. But I can't help but feel like Macintosh, the vampire hero of the last colony, would want to become a vampire again. So this is experiment time. Welcome, everybody. We don't just play RimWorld, of course. We do all sorts of stuff here. I even occasionally play Space Engineers. Not so much at the moment. Right now, we're mostly playing RimWorld, to be honest. RimWorld is fantastic. Good game. Good game, and like it's impressive how they have managed to add yet another DLC that is quite game changing. And you can have the argument that it was in, it's just a mod, but put into a base game. And the answer is no, it's not. It really isn't. Actually, what it is someone took the mod and made it better. Do I have a blood bag? Yep. Here's our blood bags. We got John, Hiroko, Rodicate, Hoish, and Bullet. Bullet's a bit of a pain in the ass. He's got psychite dependency, so we have to keep feeding him psychite tea. Speaking of which, let's feed him some more psychite tea. But otherwise, welcome to the blood bank. All of these people have no legs. Some of them are also missing other parts, like Hiroko here has attempted to escape a few times. And that has resulted in him also missing his right arm and his left lung. And same was true with John. We let John have his legs for a while. And all he did was demonstrate why you need to cut their legs off. So he's also missing an arm. Yes, these are our blood bags. We got 5 at the moment. We could probably do with another one at this point, because our blood stocks are not looking amazing, but our food stocks are looking alright. We're looking a bit dirty around the base. But first things first, deal with sanguophages. and we're working on some nicer bedrooms because at the moment, 2 people live in tiny little pokey holes, and then 2 people, these are better bedrooms, but they're right by the entrance. And I don't like having bedrooms that close to the entrance. By the entrance should be things that are appropriate for by the entrance. Like this should potentially end up becoming an armory where we keep all of our weapons so I can switch around quickly. Oh, Kongu. Svet's doing okay. Svet's death sleeping at the moment, or death resting at the moment, but is very good at plants these days and getting better at other things. We also have Holiday, who is going to 7 is the next age, so we're doing okay. We got at this rate the growth tier is high enough that with another full year, we should be able to pick. I might even be able to get this up to 2 passions if I'm lucky, or 2 traits. And then November has just been born. So, a way to go yet. 14 days old. November is the same as Holiday. It's Dragon Box and the Fool. They are quite prolific at the moment. That is entirely why the name is November. Is because Holiday, right, so Holiday has come from the Fool's surname is the Holiday. It is Pete the Fool Holiday. So this became, because I forgot to rename it, Baby Holiday. So I was like, okay, so I'm going to give him a nickname, and this one will just be called Holiday. This one assumes the family name as their nickname. So now we need to go down the line of almost, I've got to be honest with you, what I was thinking of was, what would Iron Man name his AI? Because Holiday was sufficiently similar enough to Friday that we were then going with that line of things. Given that I've already had a Jarvis in another series. Ferris Bueller. Lol. Ferris as in iron. Very well done. Yamino. Damn it. I like the Macintosh is like, while these guys are having their secret meeting, Macintosh is just like, and I'm just going to quietly meditate next door. And I'm definitely not listening. They talk about beheading a lot, the vamps. What part of vampirism involves beheading? It's how you kill a vamp, but yeah. Ah, skull cups. No, that makes sense. No, you nailed it. Black Shadow's got it. It's all about the skull cups. Can't have a good vampire meeting without some skull cups. Where else are you going to drink the blood from? All right. What? Oh my god. It gives you both, but yeah, okay, so it gives you both, but disables some. That's awesome. Not only is Mac now immortal, I mean, one problem, the major cell instability sticks. Okay, so it sticks, but they don't age. So now if I reverse Mac's age, then we can get around a number of these problems. But cancer remains a problem. I mean, that's still amazing. And Mac can now convert people to vampirism as well, so we can then start working through other people, because this might cure the fool's dementia. Because it says that I don't know if it applies retroactively, but it does say that because of ageless, you one of them was very... There we go. Do not go through senescence in Norway. They never get chronic age-related diseases like cancer, bad back, cataracts, or dementia. Dementia. So if we give this to the fool, can we clear his dementia? Holy shit. No, I think they inherited that. Wait, no. Yeah, yeah. There you go. No, they inherited it. They're scared of fire. Little metabolic complexity of 67. No, they are 100%. I was right. They didn't have super clotting. So what did we keep? We kept super clotting. We kept heat weakness. We kept reduced pain. That's big. We kept high libido and fertile. Ignore the visual stuff. We kept quick study. We kept major cell instability. So we got 2 negatives kept. And we kept unstoppable. That's pretty strong. I have a suspicion that Mac might now be a monster. She's only not fertile at the moment because age factor's 0 now. It's because she's currently injured and in bed. Yeah, I think major cell instability actually doesn't do anything anymore because all of the things that it tries to affect, I'm ageless, I can't suffer from cancer, and I am perfect immunity, so I am totally immune to most diseases. So I don't think major cell instability does anything anymore. The only negative that still does something is heat weakness and technically psychic bonding. Which does turn Macintosh into something that now has... The only thing that really affects combat is unstoppable, reduced pain, and super clotting. So not combat-wise, not that much stronger. And the hunger rate has gone through the roof. So, but I think the hunger rate is worth it for not having to worry about cell instability. Yay, rain. If they live. But no, you are definitely correct. No, fire foam backpacks. Everyone carries a fire foam backpack. Which means I'm going to need to keep and hold chem buckers in some way, shape or form. Boom rats or boom elopes or... yeah. There are boom rats out there. I just need to raise my taming ability a little bit. We need to go and tame some random stuff just to get taming up. There's one out there, I should say. Starvation. Is anyone going to go and feed Macintosh? The fool... Can we get things done? The fool was broken. He was pissed off. So he wasn't doing anything. But starvation seems wrong. Good night, Black Shadow. Should really have got the table up a little earlier, honestly. Machining, that is. We could do with some actual armor for folks going into combat. Oh yeah, that's Bullet. He's waiting for his Psychite tea. He'll be alright. One of the blood bags waiting. He's got like 32 days left on his shenanigans, so he'll be good. Come on, kiddo. Learn. Learn like you've never learnt before. Or clean the floors in the darkroom. That also works, I suppose. Oh my god, you consume food quickly. That is concerning. Oh my, that's kind of crazy. Shit, why is it not warning me about this? Well, that's going to stress the blood situation. We're going to need to capture some folks soon. Yeah, work tab is something that I probably will end up going back to. I used to use it because not only do I want more numbers, but I want the ability to be able to both time schedule, but also break down the tasks into more sensible segments. Like, the deconstruct priority by default is ridiculous. They just won't do it. Yeah, they'll just sit there and not deconstruct for ages. It is a frustration, and work tab is the one to deal with that with. Mac's almost up. Svetlana's up. Dragon Box in for rest. Holiday will rest you as soon as they actually finish your damn death rest chamber. No, food rod in storage is simply that this is a... It's not that well separated from this corridor. I'm going to move this door in the long run and give it a bit of extra sort of insulation, but I also didn't have it venting from the freezer, so there's nothing cooling it down. So this room is 2021, whereas this is -8. Hence why I've just put down some vents to help shift that. On a quick double check down our line of. Okay, that looks all right. I don't think it just increases her metabolism. I think it just increases food usage. Oh, nice. That's cool. So Macintosh is teaching holiday while Svetlana watches the lesson. What's Svetlana getting out of this? Social? Yeah. Meanwhile, these two... I mean... Yeah, so Macintosh and Svetlana are getting social, Holiday is getting melee. A masterwork wooden chair. Furniture bears a representation of a gardener wearing a raincoat. Damn, son. One of them, both of them have a real name. Have you not seen the documentary Baby Driver? His name was Baby as well. Well, there you go. Not my fault you missed out. Get more informed, Yave. The fool. Oh, it's going to take a while before we can fix the... I don't think the youth box is going to fix him. I think the fix for him is getting eaten by Macintosh. Ah, Wolf should have still gone for it. Someone to build holidays thing. Macintosh. Fuck your meditating. Go build the death casket. It wasn't that hard, was it? Holiday? Go sleep. The singular mad gazelle. Get punched to death. Don't think either of these guys have any weapons. Yeah, too old. Too old to bear kids. Yeah, it's basically an Uber. I think that is when the food animals come to you like that. And yeah. I will be back in one moment, folks. There's a gazelle in my doorway. How dare. We should be eating that. I've got to be honest with you, I think what we should also be doing. Only 70%. That's pretty weak. We've lost our initial expectations buff. And the only person that can't attend is Holiday. So... the hell are you doing up there, Svetlana? Apparently the dough is self-tamed, because we, God, dirty cooking area. Jesus. Food poisoning's going around. Time for some medical training, I guess. Yeah, that might be alright for now. Svetlana is absolutely miles away, but is on 100%, so I'm okay with that. Next growth tier, second passion option. I reckon we might even be able to get Svetlana up to maybe at this rate tier not 6, perhaps. It's ironic that Svetlana has ended up becoming, like, quite important for colony survival. Like, doing plants, cleaning, and wardening. No, Break Risk is Omnom. He is being an ass, to put it simply. They've run... Basically, what's happened is the initial expectations buff has run out. So we are now at straight 0 expectations for everybody, and they're not quite getting enough buffs from the area they're in, or areas they're in. They need some neural supercharge to deal with debuffs, and they need some work on this central area to deal with general buffs. But I've also been trying to build ourselves a surplus of meals because Macintosh, as previously discussed, has become someone that consumes food at an insane rate. Not when in an age reversal chamber, obviously, but... I think the field size is good enough. We've recently expanded and added this entire bottom field. So I think we're going to be all right with food supplies. We might actually run out of storage first. So this might be the time where we start thinking about adding some shelves to our refrigerator area. But honestly, right now, I think our biggest concern is getting... I think we're short on colonists because these kids aren't colonists. They're people that actually take extra care at times. And then on top of these guys needing death rest, all 4 of them, and sometimes age reversal, I think we might need to go for a invitation to breakfast. 6 o'clock in the morning, good time for breakfast. Well, fantastic. It was a good invitation to breakfast. Didn't do anything. Well, it gave a mood. At least for a bit, they've got a positive mood. Shenanigans going on. That's not going to hurt. And a fresh influx of raw ingredients just at the right time. Food looks to be a little more stable. It's all good. I can't turn another vamp for what? Almost 2 years. So. Yeah, there's a cooldown on doing the gene implanting thing, and if they do it prior to that, then it kills them. So we should wait until this runs out before doing the next Skylantel, just because might as well min-max the buffs, spread them out appropriately, then they'll be on the right cooldowns as well. Need to wait another 2.3 days for Mac to get out of. Brutal. Yeah, you can wait until you grow up, to be honest, Svetlana. You're almost there. "13 is the next growth tier, so... Alright, we got snipers. We got bullshit. We got more different bullshit. And we got Macintosh in the hole. Ugh. How bad is biosculptor sickness? Nothing like as bad as Death Rest. Good. Try without her is not a great plan when a dragon box is already suffering from food poisoning, which in itself is actually worse than death rest sickness. Not death rest sickness, biosculpt sickness. No, death rest interruption is 50%. Because when you interrupt the death rest, you get back the original death rest exhaustion debuff. This doesn't look amazing.
Another boy joins the crew.
Anyone going to help Dragonbox out? Thank you, Shrek. How do? Man, Dragon Box got beaten up. It'll be fine. Just a bit of a beating, that's all. No worries. I mean, it was a fairly sizable raid. That was not a small one. Oof, that's not great. I see you, Fog. Ah, physio your face. Or your battle chips. No squats. Piss off. No part of that redeem says you get to pick. Don't even try that, Fog. Yeah, that's when it coincides with a break. We aren't just lunging, we're lunging down the corridor. That's a very different thing. Because it, I imagine, looks very stupid if you happen to be able to see it, which you can't. It works because it's during a be right back, so I can do it. Whereas at this point, I'm playing the game. I can't squat and play. We're murdering drone dairies. Important business. Getting the meats. Keeping the food supply good. Mac is pissed. .21C is hot. We don't do stuff like that. Holiday is back up. This drone is a bit brutal. Oh, it just ended. Nice. How do, Mr. Bod? Yes, I think concern for the future is a perpetual state of being, so. That may be true. Aha. Nice. Welcome, Sep. To what I would like to think is quite a fun colony. Like, you show up at this colony and they're like, okay, so what's the schedule here? And the schedule here is, well, you just, like, make sure you're having fun. Kind of do what you want, but...
Another boy joins the crew.
Hey, Ruthine. Thank you. Hmm. Oh, shit. It handles it as a gift anyway, Paladol. If you overpay them, it treats that as a gift. So yeah, honestly, that was partly about clearing out some of the crap I have and not sitting on a whole bunch of stuff that's increasing colony value for no reason. It's alright, but I don't need it. 155 simple meals. Yeah, if you're installing a silver floor into your kitchen, you need to be a bit worried about it. They gave me a tox bomb launcher. Alright, cheers guys. Where did you get that from? Yeah, it's probably better not to ask, right? Yeah, there's a silver meteor on the map. It counts, I believe, if I remember correctly, that silver meteor, all the while it's not in my possession, counts for 50% of its value. That's the uranium one. But yeah, even stuff that spawns on the map does actually count towards your colony value. Just not as much as if it's in a stockpile. Welcome. And they're also useful in your kitchen. your silver tile, or now sterile tile, gives you a 0.6 cleanliness bonus. So it's possible to get a room above 100% clean by using silver tiles, at which point you actually get a bonus to how well made things are, or how well surgery is done, or how well people recover from stuff. And can also be used, as Fade is saying, to promote research speed. What's happening to our constructors? Tied up wardening? Yeah, tied up doing other things. Mr. Canada's tied up cooking. Oh God, so much of this is about to grow at once. I think we might suspend making stone blocks for the time being. But we could probably do with water people. Mac, what is your flat gear. The way priorities behave seem to have changed. They are more willing to do secondary jobs than they used to be. Whoops. I made Set break by giving him a better bedroom. Because I woke him up. Sorry, dude. Alright, some efficiencies have been made. And this is where deconstruct priorities are just gonna fuck me over. Because the previous doors were stall doors, so they did not define each one of these as an independent room. And so I could not do occupancy check on... I could only do an occupancy check on the entire room, not each individual bathroom. And they're getting mood debuffs from the fact that people are walking in on them when they're taking a shit. Basically. Holiday! Holiday, artistic, mining, construction, and then some really terrible traits. It's fairly awful if you plan to be a melee person, but yeah, it just means that this holiday is going to be a range. Okay, I think we have hit meal cap, which means that now our construction dudes will actually go and do something else. Correct. Yes, Holiday is only incapable of construction because they're a child, which is why I still went for the construction buff, even though it doesn't make any sense. It's disabled because she's a kid. And Svetlana very soon as well. Oh, can we get up to the potentially 2 passions from 4 options would be very nice. Rumbo. Okay, the volcanic winter definitely didn't hit as hard as I was expecting. Well, it's not necessarily extra food because now, you know, it was harvested early and so on. It doesn't necessarily provide you with bonus because that happened, but it's not the end of the world. Where does Max sleep these days? There, apparently. Get in the bucket. Next up, in 4 days, Svetlana arrives at age 13 and gets the last tier of I am new kiddo skills. Three days. Svetlana, however, being a teenager, has elected to spend last days before developing into something useful asleep. And then, I suspect, in the bath. Yep, that seems about right. You're clean. You've been clean for a while. You're just going to hang out. That's the wrong order. Yeah, cleanup time. Even better because it's cleanup time and the kids are having to do it. Suck it, kiddos. Suck it. This is your life now. Lance 10. How far they've come. Send the kid to negotiate. Fuck. I have absolutely no plans to make a sentient goose and call it Essa. None whatsoever. I have no idea where you get that from, chat, and the fact that you're accusing me of it, I would argue is honestly just... I might tell Essa. Shame on you. Shame. Svetlana got all tall all of a sudden. Well, this one's easy. As I think that one is. I turned, well, sort of. Trait-wise, yeah. Tough, fast learner, hard worker. I'd be happy with that if I'd rolled it randomly. I can guarantee you that. Bit lies on the passions, but yeah. Yes, indeed. Fast learner does very much negate the lack of passions. Passion is 100%, so fast learner is not quite as good, but it's globally applicable, so in fact more than makes up for. Yeah, Sep's not bad either. Although he's also frail and has a bad... Sep's 76. Or make them a vampire. Okay, so how are we looking on Mac at the moment? Mac does 150% damage, 57% armor penetration, only takes 38% damage, no dodge chance as it currently stands. Actual per hit damage, 37. With the uranium mace. Meanwhile, Dragon Box is in a death casket, so probably is suffering from 12. That doesn't sound right. Oh, it might be. Another investment porn. Although Svetlana is now aged to the point where Svetlana is no longer investment porn. Svetlana is actually just porn. Why are they behaving like they don't know that? Oh, balls. Ah, nice. Now I got 26 days to do it. That is a lot of transport pods. It was a rainy day. Thank you. Gonna need you to brake. Gonna need you to stop shooting a chain shotgun at random people. 21 medicine off one of those. Nice. I might be tainted right now, but doesn't mean it has to be. Oh, I'm waveringly loyal. Oh well. Sorry, Tony. I think you might be dead. I don't want a gas mask. Which is all they had. I already checked what loot they got. Tending that because the last thing I want is for Holiday to immediately have a scar on eye from that shenanigans, which the game will definitely do. Okay, that's the thing. 111%. That should do it. Make me research plate armor first. Okay. No, you're not having my colonists. That is not how this works. I see, it's fuck my power time. No power for wasted. Cassandra has had enough with that shit. They get corn and meat. You should be used to this. This is the American diet, surely. The chairs are set. I'm out of wood. What do you want from me? It's even marked to be cut. Give me a break. Cass has been beaten up in pawns, alright? Give him some time, they'll get back to duty probably. Yeah, I do have a bit queued up. And that suggests to me that, again, we're going to continue fishing with the invitations. Because Sepp, annoyingly, turned out to not be quite so useful a colonist as originally appeared. What with the whole bad back and frail, so going to sit in this box for another 9-10 days. Svetlana has nabbed herself a fire foam pop pack and some recon armor, and I am entirely down for this. This is some good initiative. Appropriate. My friend, you seem to be in an awkward predicament. You appear to still possess your legs. Mr. Sun, can't you see my spaceship? There's the bridge. This is engineering. And then we got accommodation on the deck above. Don't exit is ironically both a mistype and accurate. Touch one elevator and you're doomed. How's the trip, dude? He's home? Okay, fair play. Doom. Hang on. No, wait. Hang on. Give me a second. I got this. Doomed. Yeah, Abby is a Bitcoin miner. He went to Europe to farm some of them Bitcoins. Because European Bitcoins, they've got a certain flavor to them. Taste a bit nicer than US or otherwise Bitcoins. Iron! Sweet. So now you're ready for iron tools. Did you make yourself an axe? And hammer? And collection device for plant matter? And what else? What else is prerequisite? Oh, and sword. Only had enough for shovel. That makes sense. Now you can dig yourself a good hole. What's happened here? Why no connect? Things look to be slowly happening. Means I should probably interrupt them. Should have a second Gladius around somewhere, but someone's nabbed it. means this one's for Mac. Okay. So I think everyone that can be tended did also get tended. Cat's having a bit of fun with a dry thunderstorm during a party. Empty out some trash, they give me some money. Best possible arrangement. Gas continues to be an ass with the fire. Yes, it's the helmets that are missing. We've got them queued up, so I just need to make sure someone's actually crafting. Which is what Sep would be doing if we hadn't had to put Sep directly into 7 days still. Ow, that cycle is so long. Box sucks. Also, I'll be back in a moment. Bear with me, folks. Oh, I invite people for something. Might not be a ski trip, but they get invited for something. Yeah, indeed. They get invited to a ski trip of doom. That's my actual voice. I trained for 5 years in the Himalayan mountains to learn the ability to reverb your own voice. You learn to speak more than once. It was a deep experience. That's mostly fine. I did ask them to haul, and then they mostly ignored me. Well, what happened was they got diseases and stuff, which I don't think is a good excuse. And yeah, it's just lazy pawns. All you bastards. No, something's going on with the priorities in this game. They seem very inclined to do stuff close, more so than ever before. Alright, both dogs are in bed. Hopefully we get the priorities sorted out a little better. I don't know. Give it another shot. I've definitely given them a lot of work to do. I won't lie. Sculpture bears an image of a howitzer. 9 demons appear in the distance. The work has a simple feeling and a well-balanced howitzer. It's a sign. Hey, Tex. A full 3 of our colonists not present right now. Little brutal. Four turrets, 1 mortar, and 2 wasters. Just doesn't look good enough. Doesn't look worth it. Like maybe for the gold, but Let's go fish. Oh well. No colonists, but mood benefits, which is still 100% welcome. Nice new symbol helmets. No, we might just stay inside. Game. You're an ass. Yep. They saw her. That's fine. That's basically the reason why there's 2 levels of doors. So we're good. We all fine here. We just live inside a bit deeper than we would have done. Oh yeah. We're absolutely happily stocked up. We're in a position where we can weather some of this shenanigans. So this is no big problem. This just means some work in the base gets done. In reality, it's like all of a sudden stuff inside happens. Yeah, it's scarier, and you stay the hell away from it these days. Because I'm not sure if a vampire is actually immune to scoria or not. Yeah, it's not on the list. So, yeah, fuck that. I'm gonna lose a vampire to... Well, proper vampires are. So Mac is. Rest of them? That's because that's a new thing, Mr. Sun. Yeah, I've been trying to avoid auto doors because they're a bit of a trap. There's a couple of places you need them, and the fridge is one of them. And it's starting to slow folks down a fair bit. Yeah, with New Space DLC, now your guys can get scoria. You want one of these dudes, but it's your dudes? It's no longer fun. No one likes super rabies. So, you know, consider that these days. You know what? I might even go so far as who else needs this res? Om and Dragonbox. Dragonbox can also go in. Keep one of the melee ones around, one of the medics around. But at the moment, the only raids or attacks that are particularly scary because of the presence of these are indoors. And that means it's going to be infestation. Or maybe... I don't think I'm very susceptible even to stuff through the roof, because I think I am overhead mounting on everything except for like the very, very front. So like they can come in here and that's about it. How's Holiday looking? Getting there. And November will be actual proper kid, not that distant future.
We've got a new boy, lads. Get him.
Thank you for the follow. They're not vampires, there's so much, but yeah, some sort of thralls. Where is it? There we go. Just wanted to check. Is this actually a dining room? And so on. Thank you, Cassandra. Nah, not only was that geo not set up yet, but I've got multiple paths for every wire. So it needs to break in more than one place. Not safe to leave yet. Not quite. They are heading off the map, but I have no reason not to allow people to continue here. It's not like we don't have jobs inside. Right, there we go. We're free. And we got a bunch of stuff done inside. And yeah, the power fluctuations is literally just, I have run out of power. I built too much stuff. I did. Sepp is out and Frail is cured. Still has a bad back, but it's a start. No, thank you. So the idea behind the floor is not just to increase the beauty of the building, but also to try, hopefully, to increase the speed they're moving around a bit. Everyone spends the whole idea with this base layout is that everyone spends a lot of time in the corridors of the base. So if you make the corridors of the base a room, in this case, the dining room, because why not have tables everywhere, then they permanently run around with the buff of being in that room instead of nothing, because it's a corridor. So everyone should have right now, like, somewhere in there should be impressive dining room, impressive rec room, because the rec room and the dining room are the corridors. So you earn yourself some freebie points just by making your corridors full of the stuff. No, I can't at the moment. This is just rock. I haven't. It's not. None of it's smooth because smoothing takes ages, so I can't. It would strip all of the walls apart. I have to completely go through and smooth everything, or replace it all with walls. Where I can, I'm doing that, but there's very few places here where I can at the moment. We got lights up here finally. There's a statue of Dragonbox. A provocative statue of Dragonbox. Dragonbox has beady eyes and snarling lips. The work is executed in a figurative style. The statue holds a heron under one arm. You've been immortalized. Damn kids. That's set. Why would you leave it like that? Stop that. You ass. Oh well, fuck that dude. Whoa. Oh, nice. A very neurotic 15 skill chef. Hell yeah. Which means we can then take one of our other chefs, like Mr. Canada here, who doesn't actually have a passion for it, off of that duty. Welcome, head chef. The van has arrived. Frail, but we can fix. 84. The final straw was poor mood, want neural supercharge. You have literally just arrived. You... Ooh, depressive. Right. Okay. Minus 12 by default. You are gonna be a pain. Understood. This is what I want to see. Just stack them positive mood buffs. Mr. Kenner's in the bath. Did we have some nice baths? And I'm going to expand it so that there are actually showers on the left-hand side as well. And the entranceway is there. But I'm not going to doing that yet because I have given my pawns too many things to do already. Right now I'm okay with this because this should on its own be enough to make a significant difference to the mood buff they get from being inside the... Yeah, look, the rec room and dining room has gone from 3 to 4, so from 6 to 8. I think one of the biggest things that I do these days with my RimWorld playstyle, if I have a playstyle, is that playstyle is make your colonists happy. I cannot stand it when halfway through a fight or halfway through some shenanigans going on, your colonist suddenly starts doing something you don't expect it to because they break. So my solution to that problem is to make sure that my colonists are all permanently scheduled in such a way that they are as happy as they can be. Actually, it looks like this schedule is working quite nicely. TV telescope, yep. At the moment, no one's researching, which just tells me that there's enough other stuff going on that they're not. So maybe I need to give them less orders. Maybe I need to deal with this infestation that's showing up over here. Not too bad, not too bad. I'm not going to touch anything. I want to see what they do with my current priorities. Certainly cleaning already is a good sign. Do we also see the bodies disappear? Okay, so they definitely have a place to take them. Oh no, they definitely are disappearing as well. I have an entire one component. That's not surprising for the game stage we're at, but also painful. To fuck 11 turrets, 1 mortar, and 2 Imperials. What? No, I do not. I would rather use the annual pulsar on something important. 100% chance. They got the mood buff, but no recruit, sadly. That guy's got a minigun. So we can go for this guy, then this bunch will arrive. And I'm wondering if I can kill this dude, steal his triple rocket launcher, use it on these guys, and then clean up. My friend, you underestimate. Double check. Everyone should have appropriate gear. I literally just went through it, so yeah. Right, who's got our best shooting skill? Probably Om Nom, right? Oh no, please don't chase me. That would be the worst thing ever. My God, I hope they don't chase me. Can you imagine? How do you dare you shoot my dude? Coagulate immediately. That's right. Get out of here. Yeah. Ghetto. I'm reasonable at trolling a raid or two, indeed. Inspired taming for Dragon Box. Perfect. We still have... Oh no, he can't. Nope, we're still unable to tame him. Is there a goose? No. Because, you know, some people might be in possession of an item that makes a goose sentient. You know. For no reason. No reason at all. No, they're on. Not here. I have to buy some from a trader. What biome am I in? If I remember rightly, I'm in a bit of a weird one where it's actually 2 biomes. Yeah, mixed biome. Yep. Half desert, half shrubland, I think, not forest. Nope, no man-hunting birds as of yet. Immediate response, 10 quality, 100%. Let's not worry about these things anymore, right? Holy Christ, some actual research being done. Yeah, I probably will. Although I should probably continue with, before we do anything else, our next step should be this. For info about the Lovino, because we have both the bits, I think, left now to get it. One's a hack, one's a fly and terminal. And then we also have the grav engine signal. And we might not be too far off wanting to worry about that either. However, I'm going to call it here. We made some good progress. Things are starting to come back together again. Fogg will be pleased. We have, I believe, in his terminology, a proper hospital. We survived some raids. We made some, you know, people have got some decent equipment. Svetlana grew up. Into a recon armor wearing kiddo, and we are currently, hang on, we are researching auto doors, and actually we should be researching washing machines. We have marine armor in here that we could be wearing if it wasn't tainted. At least 2 pieces. I think it might actually be 3. Yeah, it is. Stick those through the washing machine. 3 folks in marine armor. That is a big deal. So that's the next thing. Alongside some naming. We have Sep. We have Svetlana. I might keep Svetlana as Svetlana. Svetlana was... Did she came to us? I don't know. Something about that. I'm kind of okay with keeping it as it is. How's the wealth level? Where are we at? I was in the right place to begin with. Not a million. 100K. Well, we can see the current cadence at the very least. We've just gone through her double pop for the time being, but yeah, she is going to throw hands soon. I'm getting quite valuable. Yeah, we need. That's why I'm saying, like, this armor. We need this armor now. We need Mac and Dragonbox a bit more invulnerable than they are with just helmets, and we need Svetlana trained up to join them, or someone else trained up. I need a third melee. And these folks, to be honest, for the most part, our backline are not doing too bad. But yeah, if this colony's we're gonna keep the same folks and you know, survive without too many losses. Next step now is maintaining proper armor and defensive kit, because we're gonna start getting hit by stuff where we're gonna be like Mac and Dragonbox are just gonna be sitting in the middle of fire for ages. And they can sort of take it, but it's only sort of. Same reason we also need to go, as I mentioned, and get these two done so that we can pick up the relic here, because with that we're suddenly doing way more damage. What's its trait? Suppresses the mood of whoever's carrying it. That sucks. Oh well. Either way, it's still a big damage per second upgrade, and if people are dead, they can't shoot you. This is a known fact. So there you go. That's the plan for next time. Thank you very much for joining me, folks. It's been fun. Well, I mean, I'm very conscious of what colony wealth is like after the Arco Nexus run we did. We finished Arco Nexus, and that's obviously you build colonies a lot during that. But yes, thanks everybody. Been a pleasure. Please look after each other. Please be kind. I will be around tomorrow night, but it will be a short stream and an early stream. Because, of course, we have potentially the shenanigans on Saturday, gig-wise, for the band. But I don't know yet, because weather forecast... Let me have a quick look to see if anything's changed. But last I looked, basically perfectly aligned with the point at which we are due to be actually doing something, is thunderstorms. Oh, they do seem to be moving earlier in the day, so you know, maybe. No, I haven't actually. This was me searching for where I am. No, it's thunderstorms at the point at which we start setting up. We'll see how it works out, but Could be interesting. Who knows? Either way, be a short one tomorrow. But I hope you still tune in. Until then, folks, please be kind. And should we raid someone? There's Mr. Nice Gamer. I spot him. I see him. And I get him. I'm gonna go visit Mr. Nice Gamer 88. We're gonna make him do some push-ups that I can't do because he is a fantastic folk. He is a Project Zomboid player for the most part, although he's playing Vintage Story at the moment, and is a just really, really nice guy. Very, very genuine, very open, very supportive, very upbeat, and that's the sort of vibe that I am definitely happy to support. So please jump along, give him some love. I'm going to go and stick a pizza on, but I will be back shortly and to hang around for a bit. So I'll see you over there. Until tomorrow, and until we go hassle Mr. Nice Gamer. Take care, everybody. Bye. Cheese him.